Logged in again. We're gonna take a brief break at 2:15 because I woke up late. I would like to eat something at some point.
Agreed.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, I am getting into the game.
I just got a notification in Roll20 that there's a high number of users in the video chat call. And if any of the players don't have sufficient bandwidth, you're going to experience a degraded performance. Like, no shit, that happens every week.
You only now figured that out?
Don't even have that turned on.
Yeah, mine's completely disabled.
Anyway.
Yeah, so is mine. That's the stupid part.
Oh shit, I just got that.
Yep. Let's see, last time you guys ran off, fought a dragon, and then came back. That's really it.
Well, there was also the near-death experience.
Well, there was some negotiation at the mountain, but, you know...
Yeah, that's...
It was mostly the dragon.
It was mostly the dragon, though.
And falling into pits.
Who barely even stayed for a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
So we're at Shieldhome or we're at the Oasis?
You are at Shieldhome.
Yep.
Yeah, because we all needed a long rest.
I don't know if I ever mentioned in character or out of character. Did I give everyone the Revivify amulets? Or medallions?
I believe you gave 1 or 2
Yeah,
away?
but I have them all now, so...
But...
Yeah, everyone's got one now. So there you go.
Oh, okay. Do they need attunement?
Nope.
Consumable.
Okay.
Someone else has to activate it, though. That's a little downside to it, but hopefully it'll at least give us a chance to not become permanent dead, if it ever happens.
Did we get instructions on how to activate these amulets?
Yes, essentially, someone comes over and has to use an action to activate it.
Okay.
But yeah.
It's just a life alert button.
Essentially. I've fallen and I've died.
Yeah. Don't think they would have helped this last game.
No, unfortunately not.
That one was anti-magic, so... Whoops. But
Yeah, it'd be an issue if you guys died in the anti-magic zone, because then that wouldn't save you.
Exactly.
Yep.
What anti-magic zone?
When Trick, Tarek, and...
The one that Treasure Hunters fell into.
Oh, that one, yeah. I honestly forgot that was a thing.
I don't really have any business in Shieldhome. I don't know about you guys, so,
I RP'd my downtime sturf. I'm good.
If no one's got... Oh,
how many days has it been since we returned from fighting the dragon?
I'd wager like a day or two.
A day or two, okay. So, did I read a bit more of my book then?
Yep.
How many more hours now?
Let's see. You on the first day you did 6, and on the second day I imagine if you did nothing else you did 8.
Cool. So I'm up to 14. Gotta keep track of this.
Nice.
Oh, did we want to talk for a minute about funding Zol's thing, or do you want to save that conversation for after the Blue Dragon's dead?
Nyx will donate 3K.
Oh, the Adventuring Guild thing?
Yeah, he's got like a network of people who can tell Symphony people like, hey, there's like a good quest over here, or hey, this thing needs slaying over here, it's oppressing a town or whatever. And it was made for me to understand that it would improve the damaged reputation of Lilting Disharmony after the imposters, as well as give the new Symphony people safer things to do.
also
Sounds
gives
helpful.
you guys rewards.
Well, I don't feel comfortable reaping the rewards of other people going to fight shit, but if it helps Shieldhome in general, then fine.
Well, we're basically investing, and we will get some return on that investment.
Wait, I thought Shieldhome gets the investment.
I guess.
Let me go ahead and check my dossier. How much do we need for it still?
35, I think it was.
Whew.
It was 35 total, so
I mean, what's the difference between 2K and $662 or gold? Sure, I'll throw 2K in there. That's all I have.
okay. So we're up to
Math.
5 then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm writing it down as I.
Jump.
I have to keep muting my mic because my nose is runny and it's awful. Anyway.
Amusingly enough, I just sneezed like 4 times. Alright, well, I've got 20. But I'd like to have a little on me. God damn it. So I'll put like 18 just so I still have a couple K for myself. And I don't know if Shieldhome is donating anything to this because Symphony is basically theirs.
Nope. Symphony is technically a independent organization.
That lives 50 feet from the castle.
Yep. Shows how trusted they are.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well that's 23K.
Yep.
I mean, if we don't have enough, we don't have enough. Like, if people don't want to do it, that's fine.
I have no money.
Trick has money. She just doesn't want to give the guy money. I'm like vexed with my money. I can't part with it. Especially to a douche who tried to kill me.
And you obviously haven't seen episode 76, but
Artex had this would have had the same thought, but
yeah, but this
There
is
was a
helping the new.
good for well that's why I put any in. Also broke.
Would Nick's giving puppy eyes help?
Bring it down a couple thousand.
Bring it down a couple thousand? No, it's not going to end the total number.
No. I meant
Bring
Nick-
the total down.
Oh dear.
What? I'm confused now.
Nyx can't make puppy eyes at Zol and get the number lower. That's not going to be.
I was having Nick's make puppy eyes at Trick.
Yeah, I don't
hoping that
think.
she
I don't
could-
think.
Oh!
Yeah, that's the part Trick didn't get.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't occur to her to make puppy eyes at the.
The douche.
Yeah, no. She's not really that much of a negotiator on prices. She settles on either what the person wants or what she thinks is fair. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, the puppy eyes don't work.
Unless you actually roll for it.
I just did.
Is it a wisdom saving throw or is
Well,
it
I
a
assume it's
persuasion
like
check?
willpower kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, I think her well, I could make a wisdom saving throw, maybe.
No. It would definitely be trickery if you were trying to get a saving throw. But it is entirely up to her on whether she does it or she gives you money or not in this case. You are not
Well-
trying to compel
yeah,
her
I
in any
know.
way.
I know. I was just asking if it would help matters.
All right, so we don't have it right now. Whatever. We'll see if like the people
Let's
who
go
are
kill a
willing to put
dragon.
up money will have reward from that enough to do it.
Yeah, well, we'll have it set aside, but we can just say we can't fund that at the moment.
Yep. Well, in that case, I'm putting my gold back up, and I'll just write down what people promised.
Okay, I'll take mine up too.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
in
Like
case.
put your gold back, but
Oh, I have it kind of set aside, like separate from the other one.
Just invest it in the bank of trickery.
What does that do?
They make no promise on a return.
and it either sits there and collects dust, or it suddenly disappears into Trickery's purse.
Trickery Bank. You
But-
might
but-
get something.
I'll hold on to Coach share.
Fairly certain he took that with him.
Any future loot, I'll hold on to his share.
I vote it goes into the party bank.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Which
she
is still in
still
Trick's
watches
possession.
over.
Just kidding.
Well, if she has been siphoning from the party bank, we haven't noticed yet, so she's doing it. So whatever.
I can
Um,
show you my notes. I have it.
No, that's alright.
No.
You can keep your
It's-
lawful evil
it's-
stuff to yourself. Don't worry about it. Like, it's fine.
It's like we trust you.
Oh,
Just
dear.
the fact that it's in your possession at all probably means you're taking care of it. So yeah.
But yeah. Okay. Does everyone else have business at Shield Home, or should we just head out?
I think we should just head out.
Let's
Okay.
fight dragon.
So I think we should just go to the city in the desert and go from there. No one's heard of it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
What?
I like completely missed what you said.
No, I didn't say anything at the end. Don't worry.
No
I
one's
just
heard
smacked
of
my lips,
what?
and that's it. I said if no one's heard of the dragon, then
Well, I mean, nobody's.
we're done.
He's
I know,
obviously
know.
usually in human form, so it's
He's
not like
disguised, so we might have to do some searching. But if you know the house,
yeah, she knows the house, and
is it a big one?
um, yeah, it's like a mansion.
Okay, then unless everyone lives in
Wait,
mansions
what
over
house?
there.
The house that Nick saw when she scried where he was the morning
Was
after the
it
fight.
A fancy looking house?
A very fancy looking house.
Ah, might be the house I'm looking for.
What exactly did your patron ask you to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Just investigate
What's going on here?
a rumor from a noble house.
Where?
What kind of rumor?
A rumor to track down someone for him.
And who
You're
is
being
this
vague on purpose.
Someone who was stolen from him.
Stolen what?
What?
What? Do we know what was stolen?
A person.
Wait, a person was stolen.
Yep.
Someone was stolen.
That is how the
Define
dude was
weird
getting
as
his
fuck.
wives.
Okay.
Yeah, basically. A female person?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we
Like, this is how these Fey people work. They're just vague on purpose. So let's just
Trickery is not a fae.
Well, no, but
Oh, she's trickery. That's her own category.
you
she's
just said
she's
her
kidding.
name.
All right, off we go into the wild blue yonder. No pun intended.
Yeah,
H Tower.
Nick's is a bit conflicted
About.
about leaving Julian after he's just gotten better.
Oh, he has gotten better. Good.
Take him with us.
if he wants to. If he won't.
Yeah, I didn't mean like force him, but
Well, she'll offer, but I don't know if he's going to be well enough to come along.
I hate to say
Sean?
it, but
Yes.
Nix would like to know if Julian would like to come along.
Julian would not like to come along.
Okay. All right, so Julian's not coming with us, and we're going out to the place in the desert, mostly because we're going to be fulfilling Trig's. Why are you doing a task? What is going?
I think it's part of the deal when you get a patron, they give you a task.
Yeah, yeah.
What was Hiresom's task?
they're kind of like, see, the gods are just kind of like, here's a little drop of my power for me and Ledger. For her, it's like, hey, I'll give you some power if you do shit for me.
Hiresome kind of didn't really have a lot of tasks. It was more like a partnership. But this new guy, he's like, hey, like I let you find your mother. Now you do shit for me right now.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No time to dilly dally then. Off we go. Ta-run, ta-ra.
And plus, there's a good chance there's blue dragon in the city that definitely needs killing.
Yep. And all the half breeds.
God, I wish that crit landed.
We have
Yeah.
more chances.
Indeed. So you guys are heading to Kalamir then?
Yes, we are.
Alright, I assume you are grabbing one of the portals then? The teleport scrolls?
And a thingy back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's go off to the mage tower.
Yep. It doesn't take you very long to immediately go there, grab a scroll, and head out the distance to excuse me, the to get the scroll working. Before you find yourselves whisked away and feel the sun beating down upon you as you are near a separate oasis outside of a massive set of stone walls.
All right. Well, I'm guessing. Does anything about the city look kind of familiar?
Not from where you're standing. The walls basically cover the city.
So like really, really
Okay.
tall.
Yeah. You're basically looking at it and you can't see city. You're seeing giant, like, sandstone walls.
Just giant walls.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll go ahead and have her commune with nature as a ritual since that does last an hour. So hopefully she can get a sense of where, if there are any powerful creatures like dragons in the city.
What does that specifically tell you?
Prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples. Powerful creatures like fae, fiends, elementals, and undead. Planes of existence, buildings, terrain, and bodies of water.
And how far is the distance for that?
300 feet. So the thing is, it lasts an hour, so it will be moving with her.
Yeah.
But at the 300 feet, it's just something she's going to be keeping up, and hopefully, as they're wandering through the city, something will niggle at the edge of her consciousness.
Yep. That makes sense.
And if she does get a little niggle, then she can probably cast the locate creature.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Well, at the moment, you don't really sense any sort of powerful creatures.
Yeah, I figured there'd be nothing at first, but she's just gonna keep it up as they go through.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see a gate or an entrance?
There is a large gatehouse that's sort of carved into the stone. You can see several guards just sort of whiling away their time playing some sort of game of chance involving dice. They generally are not paying attention to you.
Shall we go talk to them?
Is that how we're playing this? We're just gonna go talk?
Well, I mean, we're just travelers going to a city. I mean,
Oh, I was under the impression that this was a private city for what's his face. All right, that was my fault. I thought we were like going to a giant house, not a giant city.
I mean, it's a no, it's a city. We don't know if that house is here.
Ah,
We suspect it might be, but we don't know yet.
okay.
But do we know anything about this city? I mean, they do have high walls, but it doesn't look like the guards are very vigilant, so I don't think they're going to.
Okay. What the hell's going on?
What?
Okay, there we go. It's just, I'm hearing a lot of things at once, so it was weird. But yeah. I mean, let's see. Who would even have that skill? Who's trained in history?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Not
Yeah.
me.
Big surprise. The bookworms got it.
Actually, Nyx is pretty good history.
Well, trained is specifically what I'm looking for.
Not trick.
Well, I mean, if it was history of creatures, I'd say
Yeah,
yes, but no, I don't think history in general.
I think she means proficient.
Yeah, I just mean if you're proficient in the history skill.
Oh yes, I am proficient.
Okay, well then you would potentially know, so roll a history check.
Yeah, Matt, you're super quiet though.
Alright, well, you do know that Calamir is probably one of the biggest trading hubs in the world. It definitely is now after we lost Amanda. But, yeah. It definitely is now, especially after Crossway went up in flames.
All right, so this is a trading hub. They'll be used to visitors. We should just go up and ask for entry.
Basically, from what you know, is that there are tons and tons of noble families here. And, yeah, basically everyone's sort of scrabbling for a seat at the sort of big council, essentially, that rules the place. It's a big oligarchy where pretty much every noble house has a representative, but the bigger ones have a much bigger say in things.
It's Crossway.
Retarded. Sorry about that.
Yep.
All right, so basically this is a city full of stuffed shirt nobles, probably a bit of backstabbing since they seem to be in kind of a power struggle.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
I don't think she can hear us.
What?
Amanda, her internet's being weird. But yeah. Alright.
Nose.
Hello? Everyone went quiet now.
Sorry, I'm typing, so I'm muting my mic.
I was
I'm still here.
I was
I
kind of
didn't have
whispering a little
anything
bit,
to
so
add.
my mic might have picked it up. I'm not used to this doing yet.
Let us continue then.
Alright, so basically, city full of noble tradesmen who are competing for power, and yeah, it's gotten a lot more prestigious, I guess, and a lot richer since Crossway kind of got destroyed. So
It got busier.
yeah, they should let us in fine.
Sorry, we're outside the gates of the city?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep. And we see some guards. Are they in front of some kind of door? Or gate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then we should just walk up and ask to go in.
Okay, we approach the guards.
You approach the guards, and a few of them just look up as you get close, but they don't really quit playing their dice game, or one of them seems to get a losing roll and just sort of shakes his head and stands up to face you.
No,
Yes.
carry on with your game. We'll just let ourselves in.
He smirks and says, "What business do you have in Calamir?"
Well, trickery here is here on business, and it's like we're mostly accompanying her.
I did not ask if you are on business. I asked what business you are on.
Just here to track down, a really rare object for a friend of mine.
He just looks at you. Your vagary does not help you in this matter, miss. If you do not give me a straight answer, I'm afraid then you will be sleeping outside the city walls. Luckily, the oasis there is fine for keeping.
Nick just kind of like raises an eyebrow and just goes, "Is this the normal reception of a trading hub? I
Most people are willing to come forward with their business.
Okay, I'll tell it to you straight. I'm not here for an object. My friend's wife ran away from him, and he sent me to track her down.
Ah, bounty hunting, I see then.
Yeah.
Well, he turns and opens a small little door inside. Welcome to Calamir. Please do not cause too much trouble.
Thank you. And Trick walks through.
and Nix follows. I assume the rest of you are coming?
Of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of
Yep.
want to play dice.
Not now.
Hey, you can play dice for a bit.
No, I'll follow. I'm surprised Artax doesn't want to play dice.
No, I want to, but we have business. So.
As you enter Calamir, even at the time, this is probably sort of a little mid-afternoon around that point. Things usually start winding down in other towns. This place is bustling and active. It seems almost like, well, to give you an idea, basically think the marketplace from Aladdin just at all hours. It's a very populated and bustling area. You can see people hawking their wares, various sort of wine sellers and food sellers trying to get people to buy their products, and ladies in veils and sheer clothing sort of trying to entice certain individuals.
Busy
Okay,
place.
so what do we want to do? Track down first.
I suggest that we track down whoever it is you're looking for first, because Nyx has her kind of detection ring that's 300 feet around her, so the more they actually wander around the city, the more chance she's going to pick up something.
Okay. Hey Josh, does Tarek have like kind of like street knowledge or something like that?
Yep.
Can Tarek find Shrek like the best like information hub, like a tavern or something?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, information broker. That was the word I was looking for.
22 to look around and see if I can find an information broker, Sean.
Yep, you look around for a few moments trying to determine whether any sort of nefarious people or simply even traders are just sort of looking around for specific people. And after a moment, you see quite a few people, both sort of grubby looking and rather rich looking, with fine silks and everything, periodically seem to stop by a small stand. The man there gives a smile and wave, but he mostly seems to talk to people rather than sell what his wares are, which appear to be some sort of kebab.
And Nyx wants one of those kebabs.
I think if we want any information, we have to go to that guy.
All right then. Trika approaches and kind of like slides over a couple coins for like a kebab, and as she does, like kind of leans in, is like, "So, I hear you know things."
I've talked to many people, my fair lady. He immediately hands her a trio of skewers that you can have this very rich smell of pork and chicken and a few bits of beef in there, along with several vegetables, all spiced to perfection.
Trick hands them to Nyx.
Nyx just goes, and starts eating one.
Have you heard any rumors of any of the noble houses having a strange unearthly power?
Unearthly power? I'm not entirely sure. But,
What about any of them just like having a lot of good fortune lately, or suddenly seeming more powerful than usual, like more influence?
there are many influential families around here. The most influential currently is the Samara family. They head in the large palatial house. It's near the center of the city, close to the council building. They've always been near there, and only recently have gotten their luck so great that they simply cannot be stopped. But that is largely due to the fact that they have been trading with the Zenith Empire across the sea. wonders of technology they bring. But if you wish to know more about them, it is better to talk to them. The patriarch of their clan is rather jetty.
What about the opposite? Like houses that were once like really vocal or like powerful and like influential, and suddenly they've kind of like retreated,
Hmm.
kind of holed up in their house.
We used to get, it was many, many years ago, we used to get a particular foreign individual who lived here. He has not come around in a long time, but I did hear rumors that he was back. However, he also does not live in the city proper, from what I heard. He lives in a compound somewhere nearby. But if there is a compound near Calamir, it is well hidden and disguised.
Foreign individual. Do you know his name or have a description?
I knew he was gaudy. That is what I usually heard about him. Never saw him personally myself. Never seemed to want a kebab.
Okay, and this Samara house, which way did you say it was?
It is, he points over down a street, says, if you take this street, take a left, and, I mean, you'll see it. It is, lit up with mage lights for most of the time.
Sorry, what was that last line?
Mage lights.
Mage.
Mage lights.
Oh, mage lights.
Yep.
Thank you, good sir. And I pass over like another gold coin.
Your generosity is well noted, miss. Well, give me a moment. You seem familiar to me. Well, I mean, your kind at least. I don't see very many tieflings around here.
Oh, really?
Yes, we had a few, but I mean, they don't come around a lot often. They're a smaller noble house. They work with the Samaras, though. I would ask them about, what were they called again? Damn, their name eludes me. I am sorry, miss. This is, most unfortunate. But, ask about the Tiefling family to Samara. He would be willing to tell you. He does business everywhere around here.
Will do. Thank you kindly.
He nods. May fortune and glory come to you.
And
Or
Nix is munching on the
Third kebab.
the third kebab, and it's just like, thank you, these are really good. Also, the really gaudy guy. Anyone mention him having only one eye?
People only mentioned that he was very gaudy.
Meh.
Which, you know, around here, and he points over to a man who looks like he literally has, like, precious gemstones lined into his, like, attire and his cloak. And his cloak looks like it's basically made of, like gold leaf and various jewels. So, even here, when people say you're gaudy, you're pretty gaudy.
Nix is just like, oh, guess I kind of have to readjust my definition of gaudy.
I asked about two different like kind of places. I asked like one about a family that's been like really influential, and that's the Salamer family. And then I asked about like people who have been like really reclusive, and that is the gaudy guy apparently.
The Samara family.
Samara. Yeah. So, I guess-
Just saying, out of character for a moment, I was pretty sure the gaudy character wasn't going to be the dragon, but I figured I'd ask.
Yeah, I have no idea who that could possibly be. But I figured, I'm like, well, if you suddenly acquire new power, you're either gonna flaunt it or you're gonna hide it. So,
Why would a dragon take a human form but not give him the illusion of both eyes?
I don't know. I only know for the that he generally keeps the eye that he lost closed in his human form, from what I've seen. But she only saw him in 2 visions.
I'm really curious who this tiefling family is. So, the Samara family first?
Sure. Good a place to start as any.
I mean, they seem friendly, or at least in description, so yeah, why not?
You head down the street to S, take a left, and you're pretty much smacked in the face with the Samara family sign. As it is a large, just massive, almost like a street sign, just like saying that, hey, this whole area is theirs, and it is just lit up with all sorts of Nage lights and various different things. And you can actually see a strange, different invention. As the sun is beginning to go down, you can see small little tubes of glass that are filled with light that are hanging from various rooftops.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. They've created neon lights.
Pretty much, but they use magic to do it.
Yep.
Yep.
Ion lights.
Yeah, Nyx is just fascinated. She's never seen anything like this.
But yeah, you can see that there is a large building on the other side of the street, but this seems to be like where they do a lot of their trade outside of their big home. As you can see people just like hawking wares and talking to customers and various other business dealings going on. They don't seem to run any sort of prostitution though, so you don't see any sort of girls who just aren't simply like dancing girls.
And who did the information guy say they were in trade with recently?
The Zenith Empire.
Zenith Empire. Do we know that? That's not the other. That's different from the Urok Empire. Zenith.
There's different across the sea.
Is that the Empress one?
Yep.
Ah, okay.
The one we got the airship from.
So maybe that could be like an in if we like happen to mention that offhand that hey we know the Empress.
Well, maybe, but we have to also remember that Lilting Disharmony is not really a name to be said at this point.
Well, does this place know of us?
Since it is a hub for trade, I'd say they've heard some really bad rumors by now.
Or some really good ones. Honestly, depends who's come through here.
I would say it's easier to profit off of someone's bad reputation than their good, so
That is true.
6 to 1, half dozen to the other.
Wait,
Because
how?
I could fix that.
Wait, what? What's going on?
I could disguise us.
Well, I mean,
I look at her and I'm just like, what are you gonna do? Make me a different color?
Baby.
Make him blue.
And then I breathe fire and everyone's like, what the fuck? He's a mongrel.
No, make it pink.
Pink with blue polka dots.
I'm a dragon of love.
No, never mind. No one got my joke.
I didn't then. I'm sorry.
Make it green.
Blue.
No, pink.
blue.
Anyway,
Is this a Sleeping Beauty joke?
yeah,
Kingdom
it
Hearts?
Yeah.
was a Sleeping Beauty joke.
Ah. Well, then he is going to be pink with blue polka dots. I was right.
They're gonna think I'm like sick.
Maybe you are. You don't know.
Yeah, we take him to the healers. We think it's a new kind of dragon pox.
Oh dear.
He only
Anyway.
breathes chocolate milk.
We took him to Dragon Con and he
Anyway.
came back like this.
Alright. So, wait, were we looking for a specific person in this family?
I mean, do we even have to mention our group name? Just we're a band of adventurers.
Yeah, but the problem is if our descriptions are also with that group name.
Ah, that's true.
Let them ask. We don't need
Yeah.
to tell.
You would think the information dealer would have mentioned that.
Eh,
We should establish an alias here, right? A different group name.
No, I don't think we should establish an alias. I just think we
Crooked
Hear
Should
me
we-
out.
out
Hear me out.
ourselves, but if anyone recognizes us, we explain that no, we're not banding our name about at the moment because some fuckers
No.
were impersonating us. So
Listen,
Yeah, the more it's honest, the less we need to remember.
we make an alias.
Let's call ourselves Crooked Discord.
We make an alias, right? And we start spreading rumors about this new adventuring group made to rival Lilting Disharmony, right? And then we work both fronts in different regions, okay? And then that way, we get people paying us more because we have competitors now, right?
That
Who are you
doesn't
and what
sound
have you
very
done with our
lawful
tax?
good.
that's
That does not sound
I
lawful good to
don't-
me.
no, that does not sound lawful good.
Artaxio genius.
Sorry. That's the chaotic neutral guy coming out. I'm sorry.
It's this weird little voice in his head named Vlad.
Trick is gonna bring Artax along on like all her schemes now.
Sorry, I blanked out. What was that?
We'll talk later.
No, yeah, we should. I think we had a plan. We should stick with it.
I think my headset was out for the plan. What is the plan here? Like, why were we looking for this family?
I think it might be with Trick's mark.
Oh, we're
He
doing
says
that
very
first. Okay.
menacingly.
Yeah, Nyx just has her 300 feet of radar that's going on, so hopefully that'll pick up on something. And
You're specifically looking for dragons or any, like, can you do any creatures?
well, the thing is, she's kind of looking for powerful creatures at the moment.
And you don't
because
sense anything.
because it isn't really all that specific. I mean, she's trying to look for dragons, but it's really poignant creatures right now. If she gets something on her radar, then she'll do something specific like locate creature and see if she's got a dragon.
So wait, what spell did you do first? Like, what are you doing right now? What's it called?
Commune with nature.
Commune with nature, okay. So, do you sense anything from us standing in front of this house, this compound?
I don't know. Do I, Sean?
Nope.
Plus,
No.
this doesn't look anything like the. I mean, Nyx would have remembered mage lights and stuff on the house that she saw. So no, I don't think it's going to be here.
Well, maybe they'll have more information for us since they're really chatty, apparently.
It's good.
So, what are we going in as? Like, Lilting Disharmony, or just
Let's just go in
group of
without,
merchants, or
Let's
just
go
go
in
without a
without
name.
introducing ourselves. And if we
We're-
go, aren't you Lilting Disharmony? We can't really lie.
We're a group of.
Well, I mean, Trick, you're the one looking for something specific. So would they have information on it, or?
well, I'd probably have to limit to myself to like vague questions as well.
That's fine. We're a group of adventurers. Don't lie, but don't lie by omission. You know.
Yeah, basically, you're looking for someone or something, and we're accompanying you. And you were also told by someone to ask about a tiefling family.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just a quick question. Wouldn't the guards have been alerted to a bad bunch of people like Lilting Disharmony?
They obviously didn't care. Like, they
If
never
they
even
knew,
stopped
they
playing dice.
I mean, this is a trading town. They probably get all sorts of folk here. They probably couldn't give two shits unless you're causing a ruckus here. So,
If they
Did-
heard of the name, they probably didn't see the faces.
yeah.
Did the information guy tell me the name of the head of the family, or did he just say the head of the family?
You just said the head
You
of
just
the
said the
family.
head.
Okay. Is there like guards at the entrance, or is it kind
Well-
of just like anyone can walk in and?
You walk to the sort of the main house and you see a couple of guards stare at you and go, "Do you have business with Gave Samsara or Samara?"
What was that name? Yes, I'm here to see the head of the family. I have business with him. What?
Huh?
Anyway,
Nos is hungry.
Sorry, I didn't mute time. He wrote carne asada. It killed me.
alright.
Okay.
It's an old commercial. It was all about mispronouncing a name. It's a little funny.
Yeah. Anyway, they look to each other and they say, "Do you have an appointment?"
No, we don't. Could we make one?
Once again, they look to each other before one of them walks away back into the house. Says, "You may wait here. We will see if there is time to see you."
So, you get around the city much?
I mostly guard the door.
Cool. Cool.
Not
That's-
seen such strange people before, though.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
And next looks up and
Adventurers
just
come
goes-
in all sizes.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
Said adventurers come in all sizes.
I do. Yeah.
And Nix looks up and just goes, yeah, we do.
You ever seen like
Reminds
a?
me of Zaman family.
Which family? Sorry.
Zaman.
Who might they be?
Tilts her head to the
Local
side.
nobles. Mostly human with tiefling elements.
Oh, interesting. What?
Patriarch of their family recently passed.
Oh.
Not 5 years ago.
Oh.
Indeed. Currently
How,
no patriarch, but young sons looking strong and intelligent.
How do they make a name for themselves?
The way most people do. Trade.
Of course.
The sons seem to like to assist the guards in dealing with smaller matters outside the city.
Interesting. Do they have any names, just in case we ever ran into them? We can know.
If you wish to talk to them at some point in time, the friendliest of them is Gallant.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. See, you do get around the city.
I mostly listen to Master Gabe. He is very chatty.
I look at the rest of the group and just nod my head.
After a few moments, the other guard comes in and gives nods and says, "You will come with me. Master Gabe is eating dinner and he wishes you to join him."
Ah, that'd be great. I'm starving.
Thank you.
The moment the guards are looking, I look to Trick and like do the whole like, cut it, we can't eat.
Wait, what?
What is it after midnight for you? What?
Never. I just shake my head and keep walking.
Oh dear.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. Just go. We'll see if the repercussions even happen.
I'm sorry to say though that my dragony friend here, he's on a he's taken a vow of fasting, so he
Mhm.
won't be able to participate.
The guard simply shrugs and says, "You can at least sit
will.
before
Oh, for sure.
moving
Trick-
to."
Trick just glances at Artak like they are happy.
My eyes, I just face palm and just keep walking. I just,
It's like I'm hungry. You can cure poison and all that kind of stuff.
I'm actually immune to it, so me eating it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
I misunderstood.
Oh wait, no, I might not be immune to poison. I don't remember. Anyway, keep going.
You are led through a massive. It's pretty. As I said, it's a palatial house, but it's a very tastefully decorated palatial house. It's not like flaunting the wealth everywhere, but it seems like it's just got a few paintings here and there, a tapestry. Before you are led into a sort of large open area where you can see an older gentleman with very short white hair and a big it's starting to go completely white beard. It's still mostly gray. You can see beside him, just a little behind him, is a huge man with big, sort of starting to gray out dreadlocks, and he's got a large khopesh on his back as he's just sitting cross-armed, just staring at you. Khopesh is a type of sword, but
Okay.
think like the old Egyptian blades, just the ones that are curved.
Ah,
Is it kind of like that guy from Game of Thrones had?
Yes.
Or was that more of a spear with a curved blade? I can't remember. The black dude who was like protecting the.
That was an axe that he had,
Oh, it was an axe. Okay. It's been so long since I've seen an episode.
and that was such a fucking disappointment
Yeah.
because they were real badass characters and are still alive in the books. But yeah, whatever. I put it in the thing. That was a khopesh.
Yeah, I think I've seen one of those before.
But yeah, the older man sort of waves you in. And he's seated on a cushion on the floor. You can see several other cushions are right or out, specifically sort of to your number. He says, come in, sit."
Is there anyone else?
There's no one else.
Greetings. Thank you for inviting us.
Indeed, it is not often that I get visitors from Shieldholm.
Quick note: did anyone mention that?
No.
no.
Okay.
and,
Just wondering.
and Nix goes, well, thank you for inviting us to dinner.
He smiles and he says, as much as you would like your reputations to, I'm guessing, remain a little quiet, you stand out like a sore thumb.
See, it's all the fan clubs. You're trying to avoid them. So.
Yeah. Nix just kind of like
Yes.
shakes her head and is just like, yeah, when we came back recently and
Oh, you should have
Yeah.
seen poor Nick. She almost got carried away by the crowd. It was insane.
You see, I had this idea to make an alias.
Nix just kind of shook her head and is just like, well, we came back to find that the imposters were already cremated, so we didn't even get our own licks in.
Yes, I do a little bit of trade with Shieldholm proper, and I've heard the stories. Seeing as I've heard of your reputations beforehand, it's not very hard for me to determine that. I mean, it's very obvious that you had imposters. Every big adventuring group has imposters, and every now and then you see people from the Legion of Stars who don't even know who Starlight is.
And Nix just kind of like laughs at you, says, and I'm just like, I don't even really understand why. Why impersonate us? We have a lot of people trying to kill us. That just seems really hazardous.
Well, people are dumb when especially the riches are talking. But, please, sit, enjoy a meal, and, do tell me how your home is doing.
It's doing quite well. In fact, that's one of the reasons we came to see you. We were thinking about increasing the amount of trade between us.
He nods and strokes his beard a moment. An interesting thought. Trade between us and Shieldholm would be very, very productive.
Oh, before I forget, I heard there's a tiefling family around here. Do you know anything about that?
The Zaman family. They've been around for a long time, but they haven't really had a whole lot of luck lately. I've been dealing with one of the potential new heads of the family. He's been quite a pleasant young fellow.
Wait, was Zaman the name that Artax heard about?
Yes.
Okay,
That was the family name.
right.
Yes. Now I do have a question for you. I heard that you allied yourself with the creature known as Arian Kriel.
Creature
Eh,
is a little condescending, but yes.
and Nick
As
still
someone
started
who
to.
has dealt with Arian Kriel, I can assure you that creature is simply to describe what he has become. For he does not appear to be completely human anymore.
What has he become then?
Don't ask me. I've not seen anything like him. And before, let me clarify, I haven't seen him in a good few years or so. So, you would likely, if you have seen him within the last half decade, you would know more than I would.
Yeah, and
He's a skilled fighter.
Nick's kind of nods. He does have certain abilities, but for the most part, he seems human.
No man touched by the divine as he is ever completely human. Paladins wish they had some kind of connection like he does.
That wins.
This is no offense, but something is terribly wrong with that man.
From the destruction I've seen him cause, I wish for no part of that divine touch. The connection is strong enough for me.
It is good. With the kind of power he wields, it is dangerous for an immortal.
It seems just as dangerous to him as it is to others.
Hence why I mention that he does not appear completely human. No one takes a power that can burn you out without sacrificing things. But the reason I bring it up is I heard he had a particular individual in his army. Have you heard of a half-dragon by the name of Julian?
And Nick perks up. He's my mate.
He looks at you for a moment, stares long and hard, and says, "Excellent! I was wondering if that boy would ever make something of himself. I haven't heard from him for a decade."
And Nick's was just like, wait, he might have mentioned you, maybe.
It's possible. When he was first escaping from this area from his family, we bumped into each other. It was a rather intriguing meeting, and afterward I gave him some supplies, a little bit of gold, and sent him on his way because I was heading into Calamir. He was getting away from Calamir. So we couldn't exactly stay around for long.
Nick
I'm just
spontaneously gives him a hug.
He just like he hugs her back. It's like, oh, it is fine. I would like to see him one day, but I believe he is probably busy if he is working with Kriel.
Yeah, it's like Nick pulls back and sighs a bit, and she's just like, he had a bit of a trouble over the last couple of months. And then she kind of like gets a bit of a dark look on her face, and she's like, I took care of it for now, but I'm still searching the cause.
Hmm.
I look over to Nyx and can we just be blunt about it?
And she's just like, yes, I'm going to kill his father.
We already did a good job of it so far.
And that's exactly the question I was going to ask, is what do
Like,
you
the
know of
bastard
his
got
father?
hit once and then ran.
His father, the blue dragon, you ask.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I know very little about the blue dragon.
We have reason to believe that he is either
A
in or
bitch.
around this city.
Hmm. That would makes sense with a few of the things I've been hearing.
Oh,
And Nyx is immediately interested. And she's just
There
like,
have been rumors of storms starting to build up. Unusual in this time of year. And certain caravans have been going missing. No, in no particular direction. I have a feeling that if this individual is responsible, then he's at least intelligent enough to keep from hunting the same ground twice.
any
The Zaman
specific?
family actually deals mostly with the protection of others. They're a very adventurous and strong-willed group. But,
The Zaman family, their patriarch died recently.
fairly recently, it was a sad occasion. He was well loved.
What was his name?
I only knew him as Zaman. He never gave me his first name. Very stern individual.
Yes, I believe we may have to have some dealings with them as well. But for the storms, was there any specific central points or eyes of the storm, if using that terminology?
No, we
Wait,
only
wait,
seem to
storms?
come from the edges
Of the city?
of the city. Yes, they seem to sweep in from the east.
East.
But in the meantime, I will send my agents around and see if I can get any feelers. If you are looking for this blue dragon, that means that there is a large blue dragon in the area, and that's bad for business.
Yes, we believe he stays in humanoid form for the
Yes.
most part.
Yes, I remember seeing him once, long time ago, before I even met the lad. He's
A bitch.
unpleasant, if I recall.
Nyx just kind of snorts and is just like, if I can be plain, he's an evil bastard.
I mean, he is a blue dragon. We are lucky that Julian does only share his blood. But,
If only that was a blessing.
yes, well, one makes do with what they have. But, you're here? He claps his hands twice, and you can see several servants bringing out food, even to Artax, even though he said that. In the meantime, I wish you to enjoy my hospitality. I've been waiting to talk to any sort of individuals from outside of Calamir. I try to visit the north as much as possible, but I am old. And the book points behind him, and Rashid will not let me leave quite so easily anymore. And Rashid just sort of scoffs and he says, "You take too many chances." Kaveh just sort of like waves his hands, just like, "I merely have fun, but my bones are getting a little rusty, so I shall say."
Sorry, I wasn't here for the storm conversation. How long ago did the storm start?
A few months ago, really. They come and go, but again, it's unseasonable weather.
And what direction do they come from?
The east.
Need to go in that direction.
Hmm.
Do you know anything about a gaudy fellow that owns a compound outside the city? Is it from the east?
Don't know anything, but if memory serves, which I'm old, I'm sorry, but memory does not often serve. It is possibly the dragon you're talking about. When I last recall him, he was a very gaudy fellow.
Sorry, what was that name?
He was just saying it was the dragon that you were.
Oh, dragon.
Yeah,
oh, sorry. I thought
and,
that was...
and there was going, yeah, kind of older looking gent with a blue sapphire looking like he was wearing a lot of blue sapphires.
He was basically wearing a cloak that was nothing but sapphires.
Yeah. And likes to keep one eye closed.
Has he been seen with any strange women recently? Or in the past?
I have not heard that he was around, but it's possible. I don't know yet. I will let you know when my feelers return.
Anybody else have anything to ask the guy?
I think we got
Yeah,
quite a bit.
not like we're gonna go touring.
Well, we have a bit of a direction. And are there any other places that you would suggest we visit in town?
Strokes his beard. He goes, "It depends on if you wish to enjoy the scenery or if you wish to simply find more information. Because I can give you plenty of advice on entertainment, but you people seem like you're in the mood for a fight."
Yeah, if it were at any other time, I'd probably be more interested in entertainment.
Well, maybe one day you will enjoy the splendors of Calamir. But until then, I imagine you should just eat and relax a little bit. I will send someone out to get you a meeting with the Zaman family.
Thank you. And
Thank
if I
you
may
very much.
ask, seeing as this is a trading city, have you ever heard of a man with a particularly fancy hat, kind of old?
Not particularly. There are many old men with fancy hats.
This one would stick out, I hope. I understand it's relatively vague. That's the only way I can really describe him, though. Nonetheless, we'll eat, and I eat. Like, completely in front of the guard we told I was fasting, I just eat.
I just have one more question. I don't remember the guy's name anymore. But I asked him if he's heard of any other noble houses within the city that seem to have a strange power lately or anything like that.
The Vahid family.
Ah, there's so many names! Vahit?
That's what happens when you deal with nobles.
Vahit. And why do you say them?
They have initially had very poor luck with their mines, but all of a sudden they seem to have struck something magical in nature. Not too long ago, they were on the verge of bankruptcy, and then all of a sudden they have materials and magic. Very interesting. I've been trying to get someone into their compound for ages, but, well, they're very wise against spies.
How would they react to potential new trading partners? Would they see us?
He smirks and he says, "It's very possible. You would have to make sure that they know who you are. And I do not know what rumors they believe of it. Because while I am intelligent enough to see a sudden shift in behavior, the Heeds may not be."
It wouldn't be the first time an adventuring group went rogue.
Indeed.
What if you gave us like a letter of like to vouch for us? Would that improve our chances of getting a meeting?
We're in
Well-
a little bit of a trade war with them.
Oh,
But
what if you just give us a letter saying that it's like we have an exclusive deal with you and we can maybe use that as a bargaining chip? Be like, hey, look what this guy agreed to.
not
I'm just
entirely
throwing
sure.
out ideas.
And it's just like, we'll figure out something. But maybe if we pick up on the fact if they do believe our bad reputations, maybe we could try and have a plan that plays on that if we need to, a fallback plan.
In all honesty, I feel like you could probably approach them, but as I said, be warned they may not have best ideas of you.
I have. Yeah. No, keep going.
and Nyx is just like, I'm not really good at trying to deceive people. It's like maybe we should carry around like the ashes of the old people so we could say, okay, here's the people that ruined our reputation. Can we move on?
That is so metal.
Okay.
And if all else fails, we can just have someone disguise in and just be like, "Hi, I'm here to trade some information. I know something about Loathsome Disharmony. What do you think about them?" Of course, more tactfully than that, but I'd leave that to whoever's disguising.
Wow. I happen to be a master of disguise.
We also have someone who's damn near invisible.
Okay, so I guess we finish the meal and
Yep.
thank him for his time.
He nods and he says, if you would like to wait in the atrium, the messenger will be returning soon from Zaman.
I say we talk to Zaman first. They might. I presume if they're the ones helping out, like, protect people, then they probably have some sort of lead on all these
Protect people?
disappearances. Yeah, they're like the. They're the house that
Yeah,
helps, like, escort.
The older sons act as guards
They help the guards.
Oh, I
outside
missed
the
that part
city.
of the conversation.
And
So is the whole family tieflings? Is that what I'm hearing?
He said they had tiefling attributes.
yeah, so they were
Oh.
They may
mostly
be
human
descended
with
from
bits
tiefling.
of human.
Okay.
So
Yes, I wanna. So this is just a messenger from the Zaman family, or
no, he's sending a messenger to get us in so we can talk to them.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he's getting us a meeting with them.
Sweet. Always happy to meet new, more tiefling people.
Rather rare. We haven't met many.
Yeah, that's why I'm eager to meet them.
And Nyx is just like, and I'm actually dreading the fact that we're going to be meeting gnomes later on.
Gnomes. Did I miss that part?
Kind of.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
you
long
missed
conversation.
you missed the conversation that happened while they were traveling to the dragon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Basically, Nyx always thought she left her village, sleepwalking one night, and since the village had discussed it, she decided that she would go the exile route, and she was forbidden to tell anyone. She had to leave her family names behind, forget about her family and the village, and basically she was never to tell anyone they ever existed.
Wait, do we know why you went into exile?
Yes, now we know that she was not sleepwalking, she was sent away. And she actually had a compulsion on her that prevented her from talking about the village.
Oh,
It
but
actually
you don't know
caused her
yet
to
the reason you went away?
not entirely, but she got a vision from Kriel that there's now an altar of elemental evil there that happened basically near or around the night she left. So it's been there for 20 years, and they still haven't found what they were looking for, but Nyx has to basically break all of her promises to her village and take people there when she doesn't even know where it is anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we're going to be going to a gnome village that is probably taken over by elemental evil, and we don't know about the reception she's going to get because yeah, there's no real good way to put this. Either she was sent away in the hopes that she would never return, or she was sent away in order to get help, in which case she's 20 years late. So
And when you said Gnome Village, my brain just immediately thinks of the Smurfs.
I've been
No,
desperately
no.
trying to
did
Google a
anyone
Keebler
see
elf joke.
that animated kid show that was gnomes?
David the Gnome.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, why does this show keep coming up? It's from the 60s. I have watched through it twice now because of how it's been brought up.
Hey, I mean, it's about red caps. That's a Scandinavian thing. Of course I know about it.
You do know how that show ends, right?
I never saw the entire thing.
So, the messenger.
Right.
Is he back yet?
It doesn't take long before you see the messenger return, and he gives you a small bow before a trio of individuals approach. One of them is, and two of them sort of are humans with a few tattoos on their faces, just sort of seems like they're more personal in nature. Before another, the one in front is a tiefling with sort of large pointed horns, one of which has a sort of bangle around it, and sort of a thin mustache and beard. And he just sort of looks at all of you and says, gives you a nod, and just a small bow. He seems like he's probably in his early 20s. Has a sword on his hip that is much more about function than art. And he looks at all of you and says, "Good evening."
What color, Tiefling?
He is red, like a very, very bright red. He says, "Good evening. I am Gallant Zaman." It's a bow.
What? What?
Huh?
What is your name?
Got him. He's the one we should talk to.
Sorry, what was the name of your father?
My father was also Gallant Zaman.
Holy crap.
Did you not hear that name earlier?
No, she missed that conversation.
Oh.
Evidently,
What?
she walked away.
Okay.
Sean, you did that on purpose.
I didn't actually.
Oh.
And Nix is now kind of like looking at Trick like,
She's
wait,
just like
what?
he
panicking.
just like he seems very unflappable, and he just sort of like cocks an eyebrow, and he's like,
Trick's like, I need to sit down.
Sorry,
Someone-
she's a bit of a fan, and
That
"Indeed."
should
In any case,
Did
you
Did your father ever mention a woman named Honesty?
cocks an eyebrow at you and goes, "We will have a talk later."
Trick just
And-
sits down on the floor and is like, oh my god.
yeah. Nix is now just looking back and forth, going, what? What's
In
going on?
I think
You
I'm
wish
getting
to
it, but I
know-
think Artax is like, what the fuck? Like,
You wish to know about the strange occurrences, correct?
Yeah, Nix is just kind of looking at like, yeah, especially things like the storms and
people
missing
disappearing.
caravans. We think you might have a blue dragon in the area.
The expression doesn't seem to change, but you can just see in his eyes there's sort of the gears are turning. He says, "That would explain a lot of this then, especially the storms. Means there's a layer here. Missing caravans too. They were mostly livestock.
Mhm.
An
Yes,
interesting notion, since the Half-Dragon mercenary company around here has been rather quiet."
There's a half dragon mercenary company.
Mercenary company.
We call it such because their commanders are all half dragons, blue,
All
which
blue.
again gives us room to pause.
Artex wouldn't know this. I can't say it. Okay. All right.
Nyx is getting a bit of a kind of feral gleam in her eye.
In any case, we have had limited encounter with these mercenaries. They are always rather vicious. We put them down whenever we can, especially since they have basically become nothing more than bandits lately.
Have you tracked them down to any specific location?
No, but we do know they are coming from the east. We do not
Yep.
currently have the manpower in Zaman family to deal with them.
The
We have
same as
approached the council, but when you have 128 houses, things tend to move slowly.
I can imagine. Well, I think we might be part of the answer you're looking for. Because
How many would you say are in this mercenary group?
It's hard to say. They usually attack in 10 or 15. The half-dragons usually run.
so they employ others.
Well, it is not hard if you have the coin to find someone willing to kill.
Of course.
What is with blue dragons and being cowardly?
Well, I think they get that from their father.
I don't.
It
I
is
don't know if you
possible
could call
they
it
simply
cowardice.
know when to cut their losses.
Yeah.
They are half-dragons after all.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen signs of a compound or a location outside of the city to the east?
We have heard rumors, but it is... If it is there, it is well hidden.
Well, but if we know it's to the east,
East is very broad.
yes. East is very odd, and
Not broad, but odd.
if I get close enough, I can track him down.
Indeed.
Close.
That would be useful.
We could
He
also
looks
look
at you all,
into this
says,
company.
I assume Kave did not offer his services in terms of staying the night.
No.
We didn't ask either, to be fair.
It is likely that he wished to foist you upon me. He is a cunning old man. His sons will likely fight very well for him. And he turns and he waves you and says, come with me. The Zaman family will board you for the evening while we discuss plans.
That's very generous.
Thank you very much.
Grateful.
He nods and looks to Trickery and says, indeed, for turning and walking.
Yeah, Nyx is still kind of looking between them, trying to figure out what is going on.
Artex nudges Tarek like, you better watch out, because he has no fucking clue what's going on.
Trick wobbly gets to her feet.
It's like Nyx is kind of just going to support her walking.
Yeah, we'll help her up, of course.
I mean, Nyx is going to support her as much as she can at 3 feet tall.
I think we got enough groupies to help her out.
Oh, this will be fun.
No, it's just awkward family reunions. What's the worst that can happen?
Family reunions.
It
Well, I
doesn't
was
take
thinking
you
it was
long.
going to be possible family reunion, but I don't. Nyx doesn't know that.
Exactly.
As I said, possible.
I mean, they're completely different colors. I mean, I mean, just because they're tieflings and she's tieflings doesn't mean they're automatically related.
No,
Yeah, that's actually
That would
but
be
that's a
No,
pretty
but her
racist outlook.
outburst
Nose.
did it.
the fact that my mother finally told me who my father was, and oh wow, how many red tieflings could be named Gallant?
I look over. Father. Oh.
Oh. uh.
If it makes you feel any better, you can probably collect on some late allowances.
Well.
I think that's least importance at the moment. Okay,
I
not
never
least.
got to know him.
Yeah. And God, Nyx is so conflicted on the issue of parents right now. She can't say a thing.
Anyway,
So we followed them out, I guess.
you follow them out of the little district that the Samara family has for themselves before you go to. It's still a large house. It's still a mansion essentially, and the guards sort of approach or they approach for a moment and then they salute as Gallant approaches and he waves them off. You all get inside and you can see that there are a few people around. You see a woman in sort of a shawl approaches before Gallant holds up a hand and points to the guests. And she gives a nod and a smile before bowing to you and walking off. Amanda's.
Amanda got banished.
I moved her back.
Banished.
Moved her back. Is Amanda?
Am I
Yeah,
not here?
yeah, you were here.
wow,
You
okay.
you got banished because you weren't talking for such a long time.
Oh. Oops.
That happens.
Maybe we can change that to like an hour.
Probably. You gotta fix it. at some
All right,
point.
I'll just pop in every like 9.45 minutes and go
It's-
yes, and that's it.
Defaults to 15, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, 14.45 minutes then.
either way. It's just been one of those things where it's just like, oh hey, by the way, lots of me talking today. He stops and sort of looks at all of you, hands behind his back, and just sort of stares at all of you for a moment before one of the servants comes by. He says, "She will lead you to your rooms."
Thank you very much.
He nods.
Shall we go? I mean, is it? What time of day is it now?
It's starting to become dusk. Like as you were eating dinner and talking and relaxing, it was probably another hour or two. It's starting. The moon is starting to rise.
All right, so we can at least probably put our stuff in our room. Maybe do some tactical planning for
Maybe get
a
some
while
naps.
and then go to bed. I don't know. What do we want to do?
I mean, I'm totally interested in trying to figure out exactly where we start looking. So
We
what
can
was
talk when you have situated yourselves.
Also, just as a out of game note or out of character note, what was the other family? I already forgot what the
Vahid.
The Vahid, yeah. What was the thing about them? I already forgot.
They were on the verge of bankruptcy, but now they suddenly have like a lot
Yes.
of
Those are the
materials and magic and all that. So I am
That's
very interested in them.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's it.
If
I
we don't
guess
see anything
we head
concrete,
to our
we go
rooms for a
them.
bit, and then after Trick has most
you-
likely finished her talk.
You guys go to your room, and then he just immediately. The trick starts to move.
Wait, he immediately what? You cut out.
He basically like stops you. He holds up his hand and is just like,
Mhm.
"Nope, you aren't going anywhere."
So, yeah.
Looks at you as both of you are alone and says, "Come with me." Before he turns on his heel and starts walking again, leading you out the back of the mansion and to what looks like a smaller building sort of in the back, which he opens and sort of walks down a small set of stairs before you realize that you are in a mausoleum.
Oh, those things always creep me out. Trick looks around.
He stops, sort of grabs an unlit torch before he whispers a word. See flames light up from it. He places it in a small brazier. You can see flames sort of leap up from it before lighting the whole area. And you can see that there are paintings all along the mausoleum's walls. Each one of them seems to be of the clan patriarch or matriarch, whoever was in charge at the time. You can see they are each above a stone sort of casket. And then he walks along before stopping at one where you could see the painting of a tiefling that is remarkably similar to him. He looks like he's just sort of like a younger version of this particular person. Although his beard is not quite as full and he is far less scarred, but it's just a very large warrior tiefling who is dressed in fine raiment, sitting on a sort of a small chair. And he looks and he says, "This was my father, the original gallant Zaman." He looks at you and he says, "I assume that he is also your father."
So I've been told. How old are you?
I am 23.
Do you have any... You have siblings, right?
All younger. I am the eldest of my family.
How many?
3. You do not usually see them because I ask them not to be around. When dealing with unknown guests, just to be cautious. Especially when one unknown guest is the woman that I recall my father talking about. He turns and he looks at the picture for a few moments and says, "He was very unhappy here."
Why did he stay?
Because he had to.
He
From
couldn't
what
have-
I heard, he was something of a lout in his younger years. Ran away from home, his responsibilities, but I could not fault him that. He told me himself, really. These are his words. He ran off and he fell in love with the woman. Had a child, and then returned to, well, he returned in order to take care of things, to earn money, to be a good father. And so my grandfather trapped him, kept him here, until a few years had passed. And then the great lie happened.
Lie? What lie?
My grandfather was a skilled wizard. He was also a despicable man. Believed that his family was everything in the worst possible ways. Wanted his legacy to stay here in Calamir. not go that gallivanting up the north to Crossway to seek their own fortunes. Because of this, he kept your father, our father, here. And after 2 years of essentially imprisoning him within walls, he claimed to have had your mother killed.
Did he-
Gallant was distraught. But even if he did not believe his father, there was still essentially the problem of attempting to be the good son, at least living the lie a little bit. He looked for a way out for a long time. Even deigned to marry who my grandfather wished, and simply give her a son to get her out of the way. But he could not. He was torn then. Could not abandon me. He is a man I wish to greatly emulate. A strong, powerful, wise individual who was nevertheless chained here by his own actions and his own morals. He wished desperately to return to the family he truly loved. But in doing so, he would abandon me and my siblings to an uncaring grandfather. There's the downside of trying to brush off his old family. Follow their instructions long enough, and then get tied down by what you create.
So that's why you never came back.
He desperately wanted to. Even though I knew he loved me, did not love my mother. There was always a place his heart was. And it is one of the reasons why I am glad to come into this family, to come into power here. For through his actions and his words, I can change things, be better.
Did your grandfather ever have ties to Uruk?
Uruk does not usually come this far south. It is possible, however. I am unsure. Ever since I was young, my father sent messengers to the north, especially when he became patriarch. It is possible that my grandfather wished to make his lie truth, to cut the last string. But Gallant never knew. This is what happens when you read the letters of your forebears. You see their great heroics and their terrible, terrible downsides.
Well, for 20 years I thought my mother was dead. So in a way he kind of succeeded at killing her. But She's not. She's still alive. I found her, but I was hoping to find him too. Guess I did in a way.
In a way. There is something that I was informed to give you if I ever did see that you were alive or your mother was. My father was, if nothing else, a very intelligent individual. He pushes back the headstone, or sort of the stone of the grave, opening it up to reveal that the the tomb is empty.
No
Before
body?
there's no body in there. Before he reaches in and grabs what looks like a letter and a book. He says, "These were to be given to you. Specifically your mother, but I imagine some of this is for you." And he hands them off to Trickery. If I were you, I would open them in your mother's presence at least.
Trick puts the items into her bag of holding without looking at him.
He nods and says,
How did he die?
amusingly enough, he went out the way that he always wanted to. He fought bandits that were going to kill, well, a traveling caravan. Took over 30 arrows. And even still, every last bandit fell to his blade before he too fell.
Was he cremated?
He was, as was his wish. His ashes scattered over the desert into the winds, so they could be carried throughout the world, and perhaps one day he would, in this form, see those he had missed so dearly.
So I have siblings.
You have 4 siblings. And
Oy.
it's good to see an elder who I can at least look up to some degree. He looks and notices your fake arm.
Just following in good old Dad's footsteps.
He would be very proud of you.
Well, as much as I'd like to stay and chat, you have business to take care of. Can I contact you in the future?
Of course. We will exchange correspondence soon. When your friends are all situated, we will cut the dragon.
Trick awkwardly gives him a hug. Very
He
stiffly.
smiles and embraces her for a moment and says, "This is the home of your family. If your mother wishes to come, we would gladly have her."
I'll let her know.
He nods and pats her on the back before breaking away to just sort of look and stare at his father's portrait again. And says, "I will talk to you soon then, Miss Turkey."
Please, call me Suspira.
Suspiria.
It's the name my father gave me.
God, awkward family is awkward but super cute.
And then Trick goes back to her room.
Meanwhile, Artax is like leaving his room. Did anyone else get a mini bar? What the fuck?
This is amazing. Drink, drink, drink.
Oh, not drunk tax again. Please, no.
No, we're on a mission.
Man, I have so many questions to ask, but it's like we're out of mission.
Anyway, let's
Yeah,
take a very
we
brief
have-
break so I can make some food. And then we can return and resume.
It feels like it.
Yep. Alright. So yeah, everyone gets their stuff put away before returning to sort of a small lounge area. A few drinks are set in front of you guys before Gallant returns and sits down at one end of the table. He's dressed a little lighter now, whereas before he was a little bit more, this is more of his lounge wear than simply out and about wear. Excuse me. But, yeah, he looks at all of you and says, unlike Tave, I may have a little bit more to go on.
Alright.
I've been fighting these people for a good many years. And, quite frankly, I have seen signs of them moving about. Interestingly enough, I do believe that they have connections within the city, which allows them to move about and understand things. I suspect the Vahid family, quite frankly.
Those are the ones with the newest fortune.
We had heard
yes?
that. Yeah, we heard that their fortunes had risen quite suddenly.
Indeed. We believe that they have been working with the Blue Dragon.
That is interesting and could explain a few things.
Sorry, who's working with the Blue Dragon?
The Ahid family, the one that has risen in, was practically destitute, but has it risen in power very sharply. Well, more like risen in wealth very sharply.
Oh, yeah, with the mines, right?
Yeah, and there are suspicions they might be working with the Blue Dragon.
What are why the blue dragon?
Well, why do you suspect that they're working with him?
They have come into some very pointed magics, things that they are showing off. And quite frankly, it doesn't make sense to me.
Especially if they're mostly known for mines, where would they get access to fancy magics?
You know what
Not
kind of
only-
magic? Sorry.
Lightning magics. Things associated with a Blue Dragon.
Oh, that's certainly an interesting fact.
Or, you know, associated with a Fae of the Thundering Storm, maybe?
It is also possible.
That's
Oh.
I mean,
Oh, what if those two were working together somehow? That would be
Problematic.
pretty problematic.
Is it
Wait, I'm sorry.
possible to get near some of this magic? Or magic item containing the magic?
We're not entirely sure about that, but many of the warriors have new equipment. I believe up north they call it Magitech.
Pardon?
Magitech? So,
Indeed.
so what kind of things involve Magitech?
They have mechanical constructs that are wreathed in lightning, as well as using particular tools similar to the rifles that we have heard of from up north that fire lightning bolts.
Huh, that... Wow, that could apply to either. And then she looks at Trick. You didn't say that the person you were looking for had lightning stuff earlier, did you? Because I don't remember that.
No. Yeah, she's known as the Lady of the Thundering Storm. So. Yeah. It's gonna get confusing about whether the lead we're on is the Blue Dragon or my target.
What?
We're just saying we have two individuals, both known for having lightning powers and attributes, running around, and we don't know which lead we're following yet, or if they're both working together. And this is just going to be a lightning fest, which
It's so
could be very
coincidental,
explosive.
We can't decide. It's like,
Oh my.
I
I mean, sorry, out of character for a moment. When Trick was talking about a missing person earlier, I was thinking more damsel in distress.
Well,
this is sounding like someone pretty badass.
well, that's the problem. I don't know if this person I'm looking for is a captive or an accomplice.
See,
Or
you never underestimate the vague.
It's not
mentions.
missing person, it's person of interest.
well, they're
Yes,
missing because
but-
I don't know where they are.
Especially from the high charisma warlock named Trick.
Oh god. Well,
Hmm.
pretty sure that the lair out in the desert is going to be where the dragon is. I just have no idea if that's also going to be where Trick's person she's looking for is. So,
Yeah, hard to say.
I
I
wish
kind
we
of
could
need to
get more-
investigate
more-
the heat house.
the what?
Aren't they called the Vahid family?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest,
Oh.
from my end, it only sounded like you said heat house, and I was like, we're going
No,
to Hot
Vahid.
Spring.
I thought she was talking about a plant house, like a hothouse, like a greenhouse, actually. All right. Yeah, we're going to have to investigate that family more, I think, before we head out and try and find the lair. If they're working with the dragon,
They could
then
have
they
a map.
probably know where the lair is.
Yeah. The plan comes together.
I hate to say this, though I'm usually the one who does it. Are we given full reign to do anything in this city? This does sound like we'd be stepping on quite a few toes. Even if it was passive.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm sure we're probably going to be given more reign outside of the city. Granted, not sure if that would help inside.
I'm
Um,
sure.
Yeah.
I blanked out for a second. Like, actually, I was lost in thought. But I'm pretty sure we're still talking about the dragon.
Or possibly Trick's missing
Yeah.
person.
I don't know about that. If it's in the city, I don't know if we have the jurisdiction. For the dragon, I figure if we deal with their little half-dragon mercenaries problem, they'd be pretty happy. And that dragon is not doing very much for the city either, so I don't think there would be a problem there. As to the person, not sure.
What?
Apparently her Domino's is literally gonna put it on her lawn.
New York.
What?
That was me trying not to interrupt and stuff while I did it.
So I don't know.
We need leads, that's to
Yeah,
be sure.
yeah, we need a lead, any kind.
Well, the Vahid house. That's our lead.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think all we need is a plan. Well,
We need
What?
to talk to them.
Do we try to
We
enter
need
as
to-
guests, or do we try to enter as ass kickers?
his ass kickers. That probably is
Well-
not go over well.
Yeah, guests. Innocent until proven guilty.
Normally, however, if into some of the worst rumors about us before, coming in as ass kickers would probably give credit to the rumors that we don't want
Exactly.
to continue.
Exactly.
Exactly. We want to put on our. I've lost my train of thought. We want to look good. There we go.
But if our suspicion is true and they are working with the Blue Dragon, what if he told them about us and it's like, hey, like these people might be coming after
We might have, and then we might start a fight just by showing up, or we might.
Decimate the Lord population in another city.
Nah.
Well, we could ask them about where they're getting their lightning magics, since if they do know about the blue dragon, then it would be a quite obvious thing for us to be looking for.
Is Galant still around?
We're talking to him.
Yeah, he's sitting right there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to make. I made sure. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss something like huge. Is the magic, the lightning magic they have, is that common knowledge, or is that something you determined?
It is not particularly common knowledge.
So we shouldn't mention it. At least
Well.
not forthright. Like, not just, hey, how'd you get that lightning?
it might unnerve
Correct.
them, put them
Yeah.
on their toes.
Now, people do know that they've risen to, like, they've gotten more power lately, though. That's something we could.
That is correct.
I don't know. It's on you guys how you want to approach it. I think we gotta employ a little bit of It seems that vagueness doesn't really work in this city very well,
Subterfuge.
but
I'm just gonna remind you guys, I can make I think 4 people invisible and disguise myself if we need to do some type of stealthy approach.
these are noble households, though. I imagine they have some sort of magical protection.
Plus, we stand out.
We
I'm
do.
thinking people already know we're in the city.
If we
so-
could, yeah, they probably do. But if, well, we could always try and get desert clothing. That usually covers you up pretty well. So
I reiterate, you and I are 4 feet taller than the local populace.
look, man.
Invisibility covers you
I-
completely.
I asked Goliath. Has there ever been a Goliath in the city, or maybe a few?
Every now and then you get a larger person. Why?
See, I look over at Nos. See, you're just like a really rigid Goliath.
And you're what?
A Dragonborn.
Yeah, Shadowfang is curled around Nyx's neck and just kind of looks at you all and just kind of yawns. And it's just kind of I'm not sure we're. I'm not sure disguise is really the way we want to go,
I'm
guys.
not. Well, see, I'm not saying disguise. I'm saying just we want to keep a low profile, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with anyone coming in shrouded a little bit so people don't immediately recognize who they are. It's a little shady, but I mean, people do it. And we have a name for ourselves. People know us. Maybe not as much around here, but enough that I think we have good enough reason that we could cover up. We don't have to. Like, I'm not saying we have to. I'm just saying it's an idea if we want to. If we don't want to immediately, put all our cards on the table.
I mean, I think we'd just get more if we had a better angle so that we could be open about the stuff.
Okay. But I feel like just mentioning that lightning magic like if we just like I'm cool with like asking about how they like came into their power. I don't want to outright mention the lightning aspect of it because that kind of insinuates that we have more information than we probably should.
Well,
Well, that's how you get anywhere with people.
Well, what are they
You
trading?
imply that you have more stuff on them
That's
than
true.
you do.
This isn't really
yeah, and I
my
mean, we
skill
can
set.
go in there. We can go in there. We're searching for information, and Trick is looking for someone.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned that we heard that they had magical items, but we weren't sure of what kind. So then they would have to either
Maybe
kind of
disclose
cover
something.
up their magical items or
Yeah.
explain what kind of magical items they have.
And Trick, how important is like the name of this person? Do we have to keep it under wraps? Like, or the title, I guess, not the name, the title of this person.
Yeah, she's pretty important.
Yeah, but so do we need to keep the title under
She?
wraps, or can we talk about it?
We're
With
looking
the
for a
people?
she?
Yeah, with
No,
whoever.
don't mention it to them.
Okay, don't mention it. Okay, I'm making sure. I'm wondering.
Knuckles knows we're looking for a her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always said it was a her.
Yeah.
What was her name? Lady of the Rolling
What was her name?
Thundering Storm, something like that.
Carmina, the Lady of the Thundering Storm.
Carmina.
I just realized we said that in front of NPC.
I mean,
I very much doubt that was in character.
Gotta get-
Galen is just like watching you all talk to each other. You're just like very cheerily drinking us from a small glass. Just like this is. I don't usually get this many like strange guests. This is an interesting treat.
well, look, I'm not gonna do the talking. I'm gonna stand there. I'm gonna look buff, and I'm gonna insight check them.
Yeah, I'm with Artax. Except I might
So-
forget to insight check people.
I will have to
Um,
agree with them.
I'm just throwing out
I mean-
ideas for how we can go about it.
Nyx is just like, I can negotiate stuff, but you guys know I'm not really good at being deceitful. I just kind of tell the truth. You know, just
I think this is more of a tricks skill set that we're employing. I don't know if we're being completely deceitful, but if the need so arises.
Yes.
Nyx just kind of shrugs and is just like, well, if you need me to go wolf, just kind of give me a signal.
Nick Smash.
The
yeah, I
signal
don't know
is
if
we're all electrified.
we're all what?
Joke.
Yeah, I think we have to know what they think of us. So we have to know which reputation they have, or which reputation they believe. But past that, I think we can ask some questions. We may pull something out of them. So I'm ready to leave when you guys are.
Yeah, it makes it still just like, I still don't get why they did that. I mean, there are so many people that are trying to kill us.
High risk, high reward. Some people are desperate enough that they'll do that, or worse.
So is this like a
I
night
mean, but-
mission or a morning mission?
Oh, it is nighttime, huh?
Yeah, this is nighttime. We're just kind of in the planning stages where
Yeah.
then we get some sleep and then
Yeah, I say we let them get their rest.
implement in the morning.
We don't want to be barging in as they're preparing for bed.
But that's the best time. They won't expect
Huh?
Down.
Well, but
What?
I'm sorry. I was just kind of like, if you and Tarek want to go Ocean's 11 on that, we'll need a new plan.
I'm always up for infiltration mission, but I guess if we want to go in as ourselves.
I mean, look, we can. I just feel like if we're not trying to go in as ass kickers, we probably shouldn't go in as thieves. So,
Yeah.
thieves.
And plus, many of us are not stealthy enough, I think, for that.
Yeah, you can say that again.
That's why they made invisibility.
That doesn't hide sound.
Exactly.
And I'm still not 100% convinced that the noble houses don't have magical protections of some sort. I look over to Gallant. Am I correct in this assumption?
Sean's
Okay.
tuned us out by now.
Passed out.
I'm here.
Oh. I ask him if it's true that, because like Artax has the, in his mind, there's no doubt they have magical defenses for like infiltration and all that. And I ask if the noble houses do indeed have that, most of them at least.
Of course they do. You wouldn't be able to protect a fortune if you didn't protect against magic.
What kind of protection?
It depends on the house.
Yeah, we've heard that this place in particular that we're trying to get into is it has good defenses against spies.
They may.
Okay, well, let's just head over in the morning and wing it.
That's how it always goes.
Hey, Trick, you may have time to read your book.
Yeah.
He
And
nods.
I'm sure it's like I'm sure Nyx has a book she can read. Oh, that's right. She has those like herbology books that she's been kind of going through.
Were there perchance complimentary bottles of alcohol at this place that we were staying at?
No.
Damn it. No minibar?
No minibar.
Alright. That's alright. So yeah, I guess we'll head off to bed.
All right. Good night, Gallant, and we shall see what we can find out in the morning. Maybe we can get a closer location. If we're
He
lucky.
nods and stands up before you guys are ushered into your rooms.
Hey, but now that Nyx knows that she's looking for a fae as well, she can look for... Well, she's been looking for powerful entities. She can send a feeler out looking specifically for fae and dragons, I think, with the ritual casting. She'll do that tomorrow.
Trick can also tell if there's fey magic. So how many more hours do I get with my book? 2? 1?
Like 2.
2. Yay! Every little bit counts.
Yep.
So in the morning we head over with no plan. Other than to be ourselves.
A little
I
plan.
mean, being ourselves has worked every other time.
I mean, who needs a plan when you have the idea of what you're gonna do? You know, improv.
Yeah, improv. This will hone our skills. We'll be great at the company talent show next year.
And we're rolling up new characters.
I don't get to roll anything. I get to play my own children. All
All right, so we
So
wake
we're-
up in the morning. I gather we have breakfast before heading off. Probably.
Except for our taxis on our fasting.
I mean, it didn't
Oh, no.
stop him before.
I eat openly in front of the guard.
You just walk back over to the other house to eat in front of him, like,
What?
I'm
fasting.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh dear.
Yep. This is what happens when
Eh?
we're all crazy.
Yep. They. Anyway, you guys are heading out then?
I presume so. To the
Yeah, I presume after breakfast we're going to be heading out to the place bring us. I've already
yeah, I
forgotten their
forgot
name.
the name too, okay.
We're going to the next stop.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very convoluted way to find a dragon. You would think you'd be able to just look up and go, there it is.
Yes, but we've already discussed.
Well,
this
if Nyx
dragon's a
can get
bitch.
into get within 1,000 feet, she can go. Yeah, that's exactly where that is. But we know it's east, but we need probably a little bit of a closer location, unless they want to spend hours just searching the desert.
You
We
mean
could ask another
weeks.
mongoose.
Oh, that's true. We can ask animals, muskrats and snakes and other animals. Yeah, Nyx is totally up for that.
Anyway, you guys are heading to the Vahid area then.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. You return. You sort of go into the city and move around it before you find sort of where the Vahid household is. You can see that the guards sort of stand more at attention as you approach. They look at you and they say, "What business do you have here?"
Well, my friend Trick was looking for someone, and we heard that you might have a lead on them, but we're not really sure. So we decided to come over and ask a few questions and
So wait,
see
what?
if
What
you could
was
help
that?
us.
She went straight for, like, no holds barred truth. Hey, we're looking for someone, and we heard you might know where they are.
Trick immediately like starts to smother Nyx's mouth with her hands. Like, no,
She's
that's
gonna bite
not
you.
why. That's not
gonna
why
bite
we're
you.
here.
She's gonna bite you.
And Nyx goes, oh,
I
thought
didn't
that
even
was-
actually hear what she said.
Oh, that's
Oh, thank
good.
God.
Good.
So basically, Trick got to Nyx before she said anything. That was what happened.
I just like for some reason my mind was just like, I'm gonna turn off auditory, and now it's back on.
Thank God this guard doesn't think we're important enough to listen to. Oh, God.
It was just one of those things that just like I've like had a moment where like everything shut off for a minute, and I'm like,
Well,
oh
Trick
wait, what? Okay.
Trick literally said we had no plan.
But
And
that
so
at least
then-
was the part of the plan. Don't tell the truth.
Well, we didn't say that, but yeah. Trick.
I'm sorry, when
Anyway.
people say we have no plan, Nyx just goes and talks to people. That's
You're
what
like an
happens.
You're like an after-school special. You just immediately go straight for the truth. Like, no, this is dumb. Subterfuge won't help us here. Lawful good gleam in your eye.
Yes, except she isn't lawful good. She's neutral good.
She
It's
just
just
doesn't give a fuck.
She has no charisma. So she just kind of completely goes for the unvarnished truth because that's the thing that works for her.
No,
How
that's
did
fine.
you line up the diplomacy stick for this party? You
Because
stand
no
between
one
our tax
jumped
and me.
in.
You
Because
stand
no one
between
else
our
jumps
tax and
in.
me.
Yeah, that's why.
No, we're gonna shove Trick to the front, Miss Charisma over here, and Nyx is gonna stand between Dad Tax and Momger and not do that again. We're all gonna wind up dead.
Nyx was literally picked up and put between them, and Trick steps forward.
Yeah. Okay, you just stand here so Trick doesn't do that again.
Well, I'm gonna go with the same plan I kind of used on the other guy, the possible trading alliance. Then,
You do you.
Yeah, I'm here-
Nix is just kind of like sighing and like mentally kind of trading pictures back and forth with Shadowfang right now because
I give Nyx another kebab.
she's not doing anything.
I'm here to.
And
I'm
she
here
started.
to speak to the leader of your house.
What business do you bring to him?
A possible trading partnership, obviously.
Looks to you. Looks to your strange band of miscreants and says, I see little in what you could be trading.
Well, that's not for you to judge.
No, but I am here to make sure that no ruffians or strange individuals get in, unless they are invited first, which you are not.
These are just my bodyguards. Sure, they look a little scruffy, but we've been traveling.
He looks at all of you and says, actually, you're going to need to make a bluff check on that.
Can I step up before she makes? Or actually, let's see.
Make
Let's see if the bluff
deception.
check happens. Let's see if the. Yeah.
Let's make this deception go.
Oh,
Decent.
He looks at you for a few moments, just like shakes his head and says, if you do not have actual business, then please leave.
All right, Ledger's gonna do the stupid idea. She's gonna step up past Trick and say, "Thank you for covering for me, dear, but it seems this man is a little too smart for our normal safety measures." And I introduce myself as Ledger Drakenseth, Empress of the Moonlit Empire, and that I'm here to discuss trade with the head of all the households.
As Ledger kind of like gently pushes Trick aside, she's like, "No, ma'am. Like this is beneath you." Like.
The guard like stops and just stares at Ledger for a few moments, just leans back and whispers to the other guard, and the other guard just immediately like turns, and he seems like he's just like trying not to panic run away, like trying to remain composed. He just sort of like walks toward the door, but as soon as he like opens the door, you can see him just like bolt inside. It's like, oh dear.
There
This
might
is-
actually be a decent chance you outrank everyone in this city.
Oh God.
You will be announced shortly. We simply have to make sure that the master is here for you to see.
And Nyx just sighs and just goes, so much for keeping down low.
Is there any way we can insight to see if they're running because an Empress is here or if the enemy is here?
I mean, you do an insight, but you're
Yeah,
probably
can I do a perception on whether he was like scared for his life for running away, or would that be insight or
that'd
or
be
perception?
insight.
Trick just looks down her nose at the guards, like, "Ha! See, told you."
This is a big
The
potential
best
problem.
you
That
can-
was a terrible idea.
You will look to see that it's very likely that the fact that you guys are the Empress is somewhat well known, and the fact that you actually match her description is actually a really big like thing. So he's just sort of there. He's just like, oh shit, there is someone who vastly outranks me.
All right. Yeah, but now she's just kind of looking at Ledger like, but you stopped me from, doing the true thing before, and now you're telling and now she's really just confused and just kind of like,
Ledger just puts a hand on Nyx's shoulder and goes, "I know, but." And she's gonna look away from the guard that's still there for a second and just very quietly whisper to Nyx, "Even knowing that I outrank what we originally stated, it's different from knowing our true purpose here."
no, that was good. That was good.
okay, Nyx just kind of like nods and kind of shuffles a foot and just like, all right, yeah, I get it.
Okay, thank you. And I give her another kebab.
Where are these kebabs coming
And
from?
she's sharing it with Shadowfang.
I thought his name was Henry or something.
This is his middle name.
Ah.
I don't want
Yeah,
a bag of
it's-
kebabs.
Sorry, guys.
His first name is like a Copernicus, I think. Copernicus Shadowfang Hawthorne.
Yep.
Yep.
What is with this intolerable delay?
After
Oh,
a few minutes,
God.
the guard just sort of like hustles back and just like before he whispers back to the other guard and then just nods and looks at you and says, Hassan Vahid will see you now. And he steps to the side, gates open. It's just like, please enjoy your stay, Your Highness.
Her eye twitches a little behind us, and she just says thank you as politely as she can, and then goes back to letting Trick lead.
Oh no.
Yeah, Nyx I bet just stays sandwiched between Nos and Artax.
As I assume we're bringing up the rear, and like as we do, like I'm just gonna like openly talk as we pass by the guards. I'm just be like, rather uncouth to make us wait that long. Just keep walking. I just want to make these guys feel bad.
Aw, you're mean.
I know. Our text.
It's okay, it's okay,
I take it back.
No, it's a cover story. You have to say it. It'll
Yes.
protect us.
and Nyx is just like
Sorry, go ahead.
and Nyx is just looking up at him and just going, hey, do you think I'll get to bite anyone if they get annoyed enough?
One would hope.
Is one of the guards like leading us? Like down.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
through the
one of
house.
them sort of takes the lead, which is the one who rushed ahead. And the other one's just sort of stand behind. And he
Good.
leads you to a large lounge area, similar to what Cave put you in. But it's like lavish with gold and jewels and silvers and various other metals that are just like, the place is just incredibly ostentatious.
The moment I step into the house, do I sense any Fae presence?
Not within the house.
Okay.
And soon, about not long after, you see a older gentleman, not as old as Cave, probably in his early 40s, very thin, severe-looking individual who has very closely cropped gray hair, has a monocle, and a thin beard. Looks at all of you and says, and gives a small bow. Says, "Oh, excuse me. I was dealing with a few other matters. I did not expect the Empress of the Moonlight Empire to pay me such a sudden visit."
Well, to be honest, it was a trip that I wasn't planning on taking so soon. It was difficult to send word ahead. And I introduced Trickery as my head of negotiations.
Why?
Because I don't want to talk anymore. He actually wants to trade with us, and you need to pump him for information. And I don't know.
Yeah, but I also want to do some snooping, and now you put me in.
You leave the snooping to Tarek.
Ugh.
Or Nyx if she can, or Nyx if she can quietly cast Commune with Nature.
Hide behind nose,
Like
no one
you
will see
need
you.
Yeah.
You need to use
Oh,
the refresher. or
You should have put
something.
it in your ring so you can cast it with an action.
Yes, we came because we heard you had some very impressive new devices. I don't know if you've heard, but we are at war with a certain other empire, and we could use all the help we could get.
The hegemony of Uruk is not a particularly fond trading partner of ours. They don't usually come this far south.
Wait, I'm sorry. Does that mean he does trade with them or he doesn't?
It's unlikely.
He doesn't, which means it's good for us. glad to hear that.
I imagine you are. What sort of technology are you thinking about? We've been perfecting a few things. I could give you a tour of the facilities if you'd like.
That would be perfect.
He
I'm
nods
kind of
and
surprised he's willing to do that.
He's setting up a good impression.
As I say, like, that would be perfect to the guy, I'm trying to, like, subtly indicate to, like, Tarek with my eyes, be like, break away and stick around.
I feel like the two of you can speak telepathically.
Yeah. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, but I'm nah, I really should have had Nyx cast commune with nature before entering.
Like I said, you can always be like, I need the refresher. Please excuse me.
The royal elven cheese bread is here.
anyway, he nods and smiles and says, "But first, allow me to toast to your arrival here. I imagine it is not often that you go to places where you're welcome." And he looks at all of you and says, "I've heard of the various unsavory rumors, but I trust that they are simply that. After all, there are people all over the world who would be willing to slander such noble and powerful people such as you."
Yeah, Nyx just sighs and is just like, we just got back after getting away from 4 months and discovered that a lot of things had, a lot of rumors, in fact, had circulated. We weren't even around.
It's a very interesting thing. Where were you for 4 months?
We were out of country for the time being.
I assumed.
We were far
don't-
north. Very, very far north.
Interesting.
Yeah, not gonna mention anything about where they out of character for the moment, and not gonna mention anything about where they were, just kind of sticking to the truth, but
Don't worry, if you were our Texas, I'd like just muffle you.
yeah, I know. That's why she's sitting in between them. I was just like,
He looks at all of you for a moment and slowly nods. Interesting.
So the
And like a few bottles are brought out, glasses are poured before he sits up and raises a glass to you. And says, "To your health and to hopefully a very fruitful business deal."
I
don't
deny any
trust
drinks.
it.
Yeah, I deny any drinks and just nod.
Please, I understand the paladin is, I imagine, a oath of sobriety.
He's fasting this month.
what?
I'm
Is
fasting.
this like a wine or something?
It seems like it's some sort of wine.
What vintage is this?
He sniffs it for a few moments. Ah, one of Calamir's finest. Not Calamir's finest, I might say. That is particularly terrible sort of drink. Ironically. It is a vintage called the Crescent Rose. Over 2 decades old, I might add.
okay, Nyx is going to take a good sniff of the wine, or whatever kind of drink it is, see if she can detect any kind of poisons that she probably knows of
No, I'm inside checking. To see if
before
he's making it up.
taking a sip.
He appears to be telling the truth.
Okay. Then I make no remark and I let things proceed.
And would mine be perception or insight?
Are you trying to determine the truth of what he's saying?
No, Nyx is sniffing the wine to see if she can detect any poisons.
Oh, yeah, well then that's perception. Phone
We're
who
being so
dis.
paranoid.
You don't detect anything. Smells like wine. Depending upon your taste, it could be good wine or bad wine. You're not entirely sure.
Trick is gonna
Okay, she's going to take a sip first, but she wants to kind of be the first one that tests it out.
Trick is gonna attempt to use her thaumaturgy to slam a door behind the guy to get him to look away, and then toss her drink into a plant or something.
I mean, I was just gonna say, I was gonna take Miss Ledger's and drink it, reminding her of her current condition.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know if you're poison.
He watches Arcanos do that and nods and smiles to himself before simply drinking, setting it down. Says, now, let us be on with the tour then.
Yes.
And he stands up and starts leading you through the house for a few moments before walking out to the back. He says, this is one of our testing rounds. He grabs a sword that looks like some sort of mechanism is connected to it. Like a small, strange iron piece that is connected to part of the back of the blade. And he says, it's often very expensive to get proper magical items around here. But we have found a source of energy in our minds that is almost limitless in its capabilities. And we can use something like this. And he pulls out a small vial, and it looks like it's just filled with just the purest, whitest energy. You just see crackling within it. It says, with this, we are able to make things that are somewhat magical, or simply turn something that is more mundane. And he slips the little vial into the sort of a slot in the metal device and clicks it in, and you can see lightning suddenly start running down the blade. He says, with this, we can more cheaply and easily make such magical items. Sure, the charge wears out after a time, but with how we can produce this energy, it is, in all honesty, much cheaper and more efficient than simply getting them enchanted by wizards, taking potentially months.
And how do you produce this energy? I understand there may be trade secrets, but does it start as a material, or?
It does start as a material. It's siphoned and needs to be refined, but it is something that, as you may have mentioned, it is a trade secret. So there is little I can tell you without risking certain secrets.
If you found it in a mine, am I safe to assume it's an ore of some sort, or rock?
Could say that.
May I see one of these vials?
He nods and pulls another one out, or he just sort of turns off the lightning of the sword and undoes the vial, and gently tosses it to her.
Do I sense anything from it?
Oh yeah, you see that it is arcane magic, like a very distilled arcane magic, but it definitely feels similar to the power that you wield.
I kind of turn slightly away and try and mentally communicate to the prince and ask, is it legit?
The Prince of Frost slowly sort of comes into your mind, sort of feel everything grow cold. Say, find the source. Kill everyone responsible.
Jesus.
Holy crap!
You see what I've been dealing with?
Dude,
Why do I have
Once-
this odd feeling that the person we're looking for is who they're siphoning this from?
Yeah, they use the word
Yep.
siphon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't hear that though.
Don't worry.
So Nyx is just gonna ask, so you said this power runs out. About how long does that last? Because sounds like it might give out in the middle of a fight.
You would think so, but it depends on how long the fights are. If we're talking a full-pitched battle between armies, this is why you have more than one of these vials per sword. But I'd say it lasts about 2 hours. It's enough for dealing with bandits or simply, any of the minor things. We have larger vials that we use for... It was a bit of inspiration after I heard about the rifles from up north. We have sort of crossbows that fire lightning bolts using these vials. And sure, it burns out a vial immediately, but trust me, these things hit literally with the power of a lightning.
Is it just him?
But
showing
2
us
hours,
stuff?
that's
Yeah, it is just him.
Okay, is there any way I can sneak away and try to find his office and maybe find some research papers or something?
You can make a stealth check.
yeah, 2 hours is a very decent amount of time for something so small.
You pretty much slip away fairly easily.
I have a question.
Mm.
I realize we're at the beginning of our you're at the beginning of your mining of this new material, or at least fairly recently is how we heard it. But for them to wear out after only 2 hours and taking multiple per sword into a siege, are you not worried about running out of it? How expansive is it in the mine?
We may have only just started, but these tiny vials, one that Trick's holding, these are but the smallest. We have... He moves over to a small little shed, and he opens it up. You can see a tank that's probably as big as he is, that is filled with the energy. You can see like it's got a glass case that just sort of crackles and shivers and shudders, and he taps on it and goes, we have at least, like 3 or 4 dozen of these already.
Can I perception check to see if there's any pipes coming in or out of it? Or any, like,
Yes.
cables of any sort?
Mm-hmm.
I also want to do a perception check just to see how fragile or how strong these containers look. Because considering they have so many, they could easily, if they are easily broken, that could easily cause a huge explosion.
You see that this tank seems to be on its own. There's no sort of cables leading to it.
Display model.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell just based on this that it seems like it's sturdy enough. I imagine if you see that if you hit it hard enough on the sort of the seeming glass area, that it would probably break. But you can also tell that with the way that the energy is hitting the glass every now and then, that it's probably not normal glass.
Okay,
look
that's
to him
good.
I look to him, and my main concern for any trade that happens is safety, and how explosive or detrimental would it be if this was to escape any of the casings you have?
It is a good thing to think about, especially if, say, a crossbow bolt or anything hits it. However, before we found this, we dug up a few things in the mines, like a particular kind of glass. The way that we forge it and melt it, he picks up a hammer nearby, like a sledgehammer, before swinging it in against the glass. It just bounces off with a soft ting. He says, trust me when I say that these will be perfectly safe.
Quite the minds you have.
Indeed, we got lucky with the glass. It was, quite frankly, how we managed to stay afloat when misfortune hit us. But thankfully, it was just the beginning of turning our fortunes around with this new source of power.
How are there any other of these vials lying around? Or am
This
I
is
holding
one that
like
I
the only
keep.
one?
That is one that I keep.
Oh, that was just
Or
me asking the DM. That was
Oh,
me asking
yeah.
him a question.
You don't see them lying around.
Okay. Just wondering if he'd notice if I pocket it and don't actually give it back.
If you
Yeah,
wish,
I'd
he
probably
says,
notice.
he says, if you wish, you can hold on to that, because it's a small thing, and we would like to say continue our good friendship.
This is fascinating. Thank you.
Ledger leans over a little, looking at it curiously, but like doesn't want to get to
Nick's kind of like smirks at it. It's just kind of like. Plus, I gather these little vials are kind of difficult to use without one of your weapons, right?
Correct.
How big is like the vial?
Like
Like, is it like a little like kind of pill bottle size or like?
That's how I imagine.
like
if it's a vial
like
by
small
PHB,
glass
it's 1 ounce.
like a small glass beaker,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
like a glass vial.
So
So-
okay, yeah, okay.
So fairly small, but bigger than
Bigger than a
we were
pill
probably
bottle, but
originally
yeah,
thinking.
yeah.
I mean, think like
Not too big though.
I mean, it's roughly the same size as a potion, to be honest.
just the one on the left.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Funny enough, I think those both hold the same volume. Alright.
Trick is
But-
gonna like kind of like turn away and then like kind of secretly like just like put it into her arm to like keep it safe.
Okay.
Well, while my compatriot here is concerned for safety, I'm more concerned about its efficiency. You say you can mine it up, you can say you can process it, but what is this process? 1 vial per soldier, per battle. That's almost several hundred needed for a 2-hour encounter. And we go through far more than that in any of our current fronts with all of our current reoccurring allies and enemies. How fast can you produce this? Assuming purchasing was not a problem. How fast can you make it? That is the crucial key here.
At the moment, we've merely been testing how fast we can go. Based on what we do know, if you have an order for it, I guarantee you we could fill it.
I'm talking time here. If we are to invest into this, this would be a major part of our current military incursion. We'd be talking orders in the thousands, especially with our new friends.
1,000 is easy.
Thousands for 2 hours. We would be wanting this to go for 24-hour encampments. We are talking
You won't
about...
need to put them in the sword for 24 hours.
swords, crossbows, what have you.
As I mentioned, whatever you want, we can make. It makes no difference.
So it takes that long.
That seems pretty miraculous.
I'm actually still not hearing a time. Like maybe I'm just not understanding what he's trying to infer.
No, he's not.
He's basically-
specifically avoiding it. And I'm calling him out
No,
on
no,
it.
no, no. He's saying that he could instantly fill any order we make.
Instantly was the word I wasn't getting from it. I was getting he's dodging the freaking question. That's what I was getting.
That's what I got too.
Yeah, it's,
I totally missed the part where he was like, "No, it's cool. We can instantly give you that."
He's dodged a couple questions already, but we'll get to that when we talk afterwards. If there is an afterwards. Yeah, now would probably be a good time to cut to Tarek if he finds anything.
Yep. Tarek is slowly moving through the house. I'm going to stealth check.
that's
All
awesome.
right. And now I'm going to need you to make an investigation check in order to find his office.
Damn it.
Alright. You start heading around, and it takes you a little longer than you'd like to find the office. Before you do see a place that has, it seems like it would be a good place for a study. There are books and various things around, along with, a suit of armor that seems more gaudy than anything else, so likely just from a trophy that he had made.
Okay.
But yeah,
I'm sorry. So I just see. What do I see again?
it's basically a study,
Is
a
there, like,
room
desk?
that is, yeah, there is a desk.
Yeah, I want to rifle through the desk, see if I find anything on the mines or experiments. I'm guessing investigation.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You rifle through the desk, and you see a lot of business stuff, and he is selling this stuff to a lot of people. Like, you don't recognize the name specifically, but there are a lot of orders and various things for it. And you manage to find that one of the drawers has a second compartment, but that compartment is locked with a code. Like a small code combination lock.
Okay. I'd look around, see if I can try to discern the code by, I don't know, if this kind of thing around that might give it away. Is it just like numbers?
Mm-hmm. Make an investigation check. You look around the room for a few moments, but you see that there's nothing here that, outside of sort of like order numbers and gold paid, there's nothing here that would determine the 4 numbers.
Okay, so you probably wouldn't write it down.
If a code's been used repeatedly, wouldn't it leave marks?
Could he get a feel for it if he tried or tried fiddling with the combination?
Is it like a push button combination or is it a dial?
It's a dial. There are 4 dials and a small little button next to them.
You could listen for the clicks.
Yeah, can I try to use my safe cracking skills, I guess?
Yep. Make a perception check.
They call it tumbler tickling.
You managed to determine the first number fairly easily. Make a second perception check.
Oh wait, never mind.
You think you've got the second one.
Again?
Yep. You're pretty certain that you got.
Can't roll once.
You're thinking that you have the third one.
Okay.
You think that you have the third one.
You're fairly certain you got the fourth one.
Okay, I guess there's a handle. I try to turn it.
No, it's a little button.
A little
Gotta
button.
press.
Okay.
Oh, I really hope you have this right.
Maybe
You
push
press-
the button with a pencil.
You press the button, and it doesn't do anything. However, you see a symbol sort of illuminate briefly on the bottom of the drawer before it simply vanishes.
Oh,
The
crap.
drawer or the symbol?
the symbol vanishes.
Oh, okay. I'm like, oh no.
The drawer's just gone.
What if that's an alarm though? Ah.
It's absolutely an alarm.
We'll see. We'll see. Hey, we don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Is it just the drawer that is combination, or is it in the desk?
Well, I mean,
We're-
it's just the drawer.
No, we're not there, so.
Yeah, but he could like message us and one of us could go
Could.
help.
Or you could just take the drawer.
I've actually thought about that, but I don't know. Like stuffing it inside my bag. How big is the drawer?
It's like a standard desk drawer.
But is it like the tall ones or like the skinny ones? You know.
So
Like
one
a skinny one.
So 1 by 2.5.
Sort of like that, yeah.
So
Okay. Can I try the dials again?
Mm-hmm.
That one just hates me. So I was pretty sure in the first one.
Mm-hmm. You think, after trying it again, you think you may have gotten it this time?
Yeah, go on to the next one.
You're much more certain this time around that this is the correct number.
Okay, the next one.
Oh.
Son of a bitch.
You think you got it, but you're not entirely certain.
Okay.
I mean, if he's
Next
certain
best.
about a combination, wouldn't you just keep that?
Yeah, but I was kind of sure about all of them, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Unless it was right.
Okay. These dice are broken.
Don't worry, guys. I can't roll a 1. Don't worry. We'll just give you 2s and 3s.
Yeah.
Change your dice color.
So I'm kind of sure about the last two, but I'm guessing it. I don't know. That's right.
You're kind of sure, but your confidence isn't high.
Okay, well, I pushed the button again.
Once again, the symbol appears and vanishes, and you're starting to hear rumbling coming nearby, like as in a lot of
Oh, that's
footsteps.
not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Just yank the drawer out.
I yanked the drawer out and then I try and I smash it on the floor,
Well,
Oh no.
make a strength check.
like unskilled or athletic.
Well, I mean, technically it would be an athletics check. You try to yank the drawer free. It, as soon as you just sort of hit the end of it, it just sort of locks into place, and you can't even push it back anymore.
Hide?
Seem like I have my back here.
Sounds like we're gonna be fighting.
I mean,
Yeah, I think we're gonna be fighting because I don't have any way of getting this drawer out.
Then just fucking leave it, dude.
you don't have a crowbar?
I don't have a crowbar now.
Are
Okay,
you gonna communicate to us at all that you found this drawer or no?
How can he?
We've got earrings, don't we?
I
You get
mean,
the
what?
earcuffs, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I go off the ear cuffs to Trickery, and I tell her what's happening.
How far away is he?
We don't know.
He's in the house. That's all you can really tell.
Has
I really want what's in that drawer.
do we all hear it or is it just Trick?
I didn't think we could isolate it, because I remember jokes about that.
I
Yep.
don't know. I'm asking. Do we all
Well,
hear it?
Everybody hears it. I say her name.
Okay. Does the dude's disposition change? Has it changed while we've been talking to him?
Nope, he's been really pleasant.
I'm gonna ask him where his restroom is.
He points to the house. Just make a small left. It should be there. Just there. It's a small room.
Thank you. I go into the house. Tarek, where are you?
Yeah, it's like Nyx didn't even realize that Tarek was gone.
I
tried
think
to give her,
Artek saw.
I tried to give her some directions as to which way I went.
The sound of rushing footsteps are very loud where you are now, Tarek.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try and hide under the.
How
desk.
many footsteps?
Well, he can't really tell.
Yeah, okay.
Under the desk? They're gonna check the desk.
Something's coming. I don't know. I'm hiding.
I kind of wish that Shadowfang had gone with you so that you could have like a decoy where it was just like, oh no, it was just the dragon that pulled this door open and was doing all this stuff and causing the alarm.
Like that little asshole from the Harry Potter movie that came out recently. Mysterious Beasts.
Anyway. Yep.
Fantastic beast.
Whatever.
Can I get to the room before the sounds of feet?
Oh no. If Tarek, if he's gonna hide, he's gonna have to make a stealth check. You sort of slip into like a small corner, enough where like a shadow hides you, and you can just hear the door just like slam open. You can see several guards come in, along with one man in very heavy armor with a sort of full helm. Just surround for a moment. It says, "Search the area. Someone set off the alarm."
Trick wanders by. It's like, has anyone seen an owl? Lost my owl. And she's gonna try to like get Treat to like sneak into the room to make it seem like he set off the alarm.
Going to have to know what to make that.
Oh
That's a
god.
stealth
That's
check for the owl.
that's gonna be a huge bullshit check.
Yeah, make a deception.
It's deception to get their attention and then
Yeah.
something for the dam.
All right, and then, well, you're gonna have to make Treat do a stealth roll then.
Oh my god.
Owl stealth. We need to get Treat some levels in Rogue. Oh.
Oh, he's not very stealthy.
And look
No.
at, on my screen, the die is like in between
Yes.
the 2 and the 20.
I
Like,
saw that too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
there he is.
they just see him like sort of like flutter around, and just like, there is your owl. You are not supposed to be in this area. Please return to your party. And a couple of the people leave.
Okay. You don't see his collar anywhere, do you?
It's like, sheesh.
Like, we will find it. Go to your party.
Derek, do something.
I'm just imagining. I'm imagining Trick being like one of those people who has little dogs in the handbags and just going, but it's like, what did you do with your collar? It has to be around somewhere.
Oh dear.
Is there like a clear path for me to maybe sneak out?
It's not a clear path.
Trick is gonna try to like kind of what's the word I'm thinking of? Like she doesn't see how serious the guy is. Like obliviously, like, you know, push her way into the room and be like, oh my god, I just can't believe this owl.
The armored man steps forward and grabs her shoulder, and it is just like a grip of iron. And he looks at her through the visor and says, "You are not allowed to be here.
Now,
Go
see
to
here,
your
I am a
party.
guest of this household.
You are intruding. You would not want to make trouble for your mistress, would you?"
Of course not. Don't have to be so rude about it.
Then get out. He gently pushes her back before leaving the room to follow.
Do any of the guards follow?
Yep, they've got their back turned.
How much information does the rest of the party have? The ones that are talking to the head.
I imagine not much.
We've gotten. What have we gotten over the earrings? We've gotten that. There's a drawer. Tarek is stuck. Is that it?
I'd like to say that I
And
left
Trick
my
left a
earring
help,
on by
that's-
default, but I can't really say that retroactively. So
Yeah.
So that's all we know. We just know Tarek is stuck and.
Yep.
Okay, well, I gotta wait. So, never mind. I'm asking him if the crossbows fire. Are they firing bolts that are enwreathed in lightning, or if they're shooting just straight lightning?
And I was asking
He's-
if they could make them into shields. We're trying so hard to distract him.
Yeah.
So is Tarek able to make another attempt at the drawer?
Yeah, he can make a stealth check to try to get out. He's gonna have to make
the
it.
drawer.
He's going to have to make
How
it.
about
at-
he live first?
If he's going to try to do it while they're still technically in front of the door. So he would have to make a stealth roll with disadvantage.
No. Okay.
Look, I believe. Oh,
Can't
can't
roll
roll
Let me
one.
just re-roll that.
Can't roll once. Oh boy.
Wow.
You manage to slowly
That could have
slip
been-
by, sort of manage to barely round the corner to the opposite side so they're not facing you. As the guards just sort of push Trickery and just like, get out, out, out.
So their backs are still turned to me.
Mm-hmm.
I just turn around and be like, "Oh, there you are, Trick. Did you find Treat?"
Yes, I did.
They just like turn to you and it's like, you also out.
Well, what I did was just looking for her owl, and look, oh, we found it.
They
But
just
where's the
grab
collar?
you both and just sort of like pull you out.
Oh no.
Oh god.
No.
How can we get that drawer? I can like dimension door into the
I don't
room, but I
I
can't.
don't know. I don't.
I
just
can't open
cool
the
it.
drawer.
I say just
Cool
leave
it.
it for now. That was too
Um,
close a call. You
yeah,
can't get back there right now.
I'm actually like 100% interested. Are the crossbows actually firing straight lightning?
They actually do fire straight lightning. They
I ask him
literally
if
like
he has. I ask him
Yeah.
if he has any handy. Like at the moment,
Well,
does he have
I
any
mean-
crossbows that are ready to go?
He thinks for a moment and then slowly nods before moving over to a desk. and says, I think I do have one around here somewhere. And he grabs one of. He goes over to a small area nearby, shuffles things back. Ah, here we are. And pulls up. It's like, this one was just a prototype, and he finds a different vial, clicks it into place, and says, "Here." And he stands back, points to a. He points to a small like training dummy before pulling the trigger, and you just see like he like gets blown back just a hair because he's just not used to sort of the impact of it. As just a lightning bolt just crushes out of this thing and just obliterates the top half of this training dummy.
Interesting.
Okay, Nyx is going to inspect that training dummy. She's just like, inspecting just how much damage it did, and kind of like the damage and the range and how well it did.
After he fires it, I look to him and say, I'm interested because to me the ranged weaponry is a little bit more interesting than melee is. If we can literally lightning bolt enemies, that could prove very useful. In order to, as I'm sure, we can't really make the full decision without at least first speaking with some other people at the Moonlit Empire. Is there any way we could pay you for one of these crossbows or a sword or any of the weaponry that may utilize it? A dagger?
I'm sorry, but we don't usually sell them just one by one. Too much of a risk of people simply taking it and then trying to reverse engineer it. I imagine they won't get the power source just right. But we would like our secrets to stay ours for a little while at least.
Understandable. Do you not already have trade partners for this?
A few, but we haven't sold them anything yet. There are promises being made and deals being drafted up. But as I mentioned, you are currently the first to sort of get an audience in a quick demonstration of all this.
Interesting.
The rest we've been using on our own to improve our own financial standing. When we are firmly on 2 feet, we will be more than willing to hand this technology and then simply be in the business of selling the fuel.
I understand. Okay. All right. Those would be my questions then. Thank you very much. I just stand back behind Ledger.
Yeah, I mean they're in a room. Are they outside or in a room right now?
Outside.
Okay, right. So about how far was the distance that the lightning bolt took?
I mean, he was only like 40 feet away. He wasn't exactly very far.
And it obliterated the dummy, but did it go beyond that?
No.
Okay.
Would you say there are accuracy problems the further into range you get with these?
We've never had accuracy problems. It's not the same as a full-powered magical lightning bolt in that it doesn't pierce targets, it simply hits them and just obliterates the one.
So it would, and Nyx is just kind of looking at the target and going, so theoretically it can hit at a longer range than this, but it is only a one-target weapon.
Correct. It is essentially a more powerful crossbow.
About how long has it been since Tarek has wandered off?
About
Trick.
like 5 to 10 minutes.
2 minutes. Ugh. Okay.
So if it's not doing piercing damage, it's doing straight lightning damage, as similar as say a mage casting something would do when she gestures Arcanos.
Yeah. No, it is essentially a lightning bolt.
Alright. I'm not sure if that would fare better or worse against the black dragons in the mines back home.
Artex kind of shrugs. I don't see why not.
I mean, every little bit helps, but I suppose just packing a large punch from the get-go is a good way to clear things out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like personally I think the swords would be more effective since they last a longer amount of time, but this would be good for probably sniper fire, hitting priority targets.
Perhaps, but you'd only get one before they could see where it came from.
Well, you only really get one shot per vial with the crossbows, though.
Good point.
Well then, we thank you very much for your demonstration, and I am sure we will be in contact. Does anyone else have questions?
Sean, I have a question.
Shoot.
How many of the guards are following, leading Tarek and I?
5.
And how many stayed in front of the room?
None. They all grabbed you guys and were just sort of like, nope, out.
And how far away from the room are we?
By this point in time, you're maybe 100 some feet.
So it wouldn't take that long for them to get back to the room.
No. They would get to the room fairly quickly.
2 rounds.
12 seconds, someone might add.
get the drawer off the desk in 12 seconds, Josh?
I don't know.
What if we both work together?
I mean, well, if you got there, Josh sealed the door from the inside. Take as much time as you need and just warp them out.
We're all gonna die.
Hey, yeah, don't you have these foam
Okay.
grenades or something?
Yeah, I have 5 foam grenades.
What?
They never have to know it was you.
It's like I understand you guys are curious about the locked drawer, but
It's all them.
what
It's all
exactly
them.
what exactly do we need to look for now? We need to look
We
for
need to know where the mine is. Like,
Well, that discussion is moot because we can't have it till we're out of here.
well,
So,
Nyx does have the whole ground sensing power thing. We can just go searching for it. We don't. Granted, having the exact location would save us time, but
Wait, if we think this is a part of that person that Bree's talking about, wouldn't knowing who they are and having a sample of them let you just scry them?
maybe.
oh yeah, that's a sample of her power. Yeah, Nyx can scry where she is.
oh, is that true, Sean?
It's possible.
Oh,
But what's in the drawer?
I know.
Like, you guys got to make that decision. 'Cause at this point, Artax is like now taking count and like ushering people. Like, okay, we're finished here. And then the moment he notices they're gone, he's gonna start looking. So,
I'm just wondering, like,
and keep in mind, he knows they're gone, but he's gonna be like, "Oh dear me, he's disappeared."
Josh, you got any ideas to distract these guys?
No, not really. I don't really use distractions. I don't make a fuss. I just slip in.
Yeah, because I can't exactly, like, if I just dimension door right in front of them, they're gonna know where we went.
I mean, do we want to blow our game at this point? Because right now, we're trade partners. Granted, 2 of the members of our party might have been acting a little suspicious, but they probably won't do anything that would ruin the deal at this point. But if you go back and take that drawer, then
Again,
we'd
it's
have...
entirely their. We're metagaming as fuck right now. It's
Oh,
their
yeah, yeah.
decision to make. So I say we back up off of that, let them decide, and then go from there.
would they do it with this party split up as it is, though?
I don't know, would they?
I'm
can
just
teleport.
trying to decide whether how much pressure like my new patron would be putting on me, whether it'd be like, no, like you do this, like whatever means possible, or whether
Why don't we go back to what's his face who has feelers out in the city and see if he can figure out how often they go to the mines, and then we just tail someone.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I just had a thought. How far is that office from the wall, from the gates?
A
Probably
ways.
more than 400 feet.
Are we sure?
You can be fairly certain.
It's oh, I didn't hear you, Sean. It's more than 400. Wait, I thought
Yeah.
it was 500.
What are you
Well,
talking about? What are you
spell is
trying to
fine.
do?
Dimension door.
I mean, it's very possible, but
I'm just saying we could just leave now and they could just come in at night, warp into the room when it's closed.
Well, if they don't have magic preventing that sort of thing, which they probably do.
Then it's all moot.
You never know until you try.
okay, let's meet up with the rest of the party.
But what about Treat's collar? I mean, no. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we just have to find him a new one.
yep. But yeah, you end up meeting the party. The Hassan Vahad just sort of like gives you a nod and a smile. Doesn't even like ask where you guys have been before. You are all just sort of like led out of the premises.
Yep, sounds about right.
Alright, well, as we're let out, I relay all the information I did gather about who he's selling the stuff to. I
Which
didn't recognize
was
I like
He
the
basically
names.
has a bunch of deals in place already with a bunch of different like families and different areas. He's not selling like anywhere up north yet, but he is like selling to everyone he can around here.
Okay.
So, Trick, the lightning, is it Fey lightning?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
they definitely have her.
Okay then.
Can we scry for her and see where they're at?
We can certainly try. I mean, like,
Sure, just give
What-
me a room, crystal ball, and we do have the lightning, so that should help.
I also can create a likeness of her if that helps.
Oh, that would help a lot.
That could create a rough familiarity.
Too bad I wasn't able to do the scrying because I at least have more secondhand knowledge than you. But I guess as long as I tell you everything I know about her, maybe that'll bring the.
Yeah, every
DC
little
down.
bit helps with the scrying. So I'm guessing we're heading back to where we spent the night in order to get a room to do this in. We're not doing this out in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm.
We'll confer and tell them what we know.
Yep. At the moment, the servants let you into your rooms, but they inform you that Gallant is currently dealing with business at the moment.
Okay, so we can do the scrying and then he might be done with his meeting by then. Okay, so I wonder. Ooh. Okay, so I'm guessing these save modifiers on scrying don't stack.
Really, I thought they did.
I thought that was the whole point.
Do they?
Depends.
Because the connections are likeness or picture, possession or garment, body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, or the like.
I would
So-
consider likening as like a kind of the body part kind of section because it's
I
from
mean,
her.
it is very personal. So, the body part, lock of hair, but a bit of nail, or the like is -10 to the save modifier, and the likeness or picture is -2. If those stacks, that's -12 to the save modifier.
Rep. Yep, sounds about right.
Okay, I believe the wisdom save is 16.
minus 12.
So yeah,
Do you-
but
Do you get advantage if I'm trying to help or
No.
okay?
nah.
Basically, it seems like pretty much the only way that they can make this is if they roll a crit.
Yeah, it's an effective save of 28.
All right, so Nyx is
Yeah.
looking into the crystal ball, looking for Trix. Mark, what was her name? Camilla?
Carmina.
Carmina.
Let's see. Where's her description? She has long hair, which is brilliant blue, with her skin being a deep violet with electric blue lightning tattoos. So if you see her,
Oh,
that's
wow.
her.
Really? Really can't look like that many people. All right.
Talk about sticking out.
Yeah, but we don't see the
Okay,
visions, right?
so Nyx is looking into the crystal ball.
You look into the crystal ball, and after a few moments, your image you can see the fog going into it, and you see the image slowly come in. Before you see, there seems like a tank similar to the one that you saw earlier. And you can see several people around it, and they sort of move a few various like sort of long cables along it, sort of plugging it and like sort of slowly plugging it in. Before you can hear like some sort of other thing begin to sort of wind up. You can hear like a whine beginning to pick up. Before you can hear this unearthly noise begin to sort of build up, You can see something slamming against the sort of glass that you've seen before. Before you can tell that the unearthly noise is actually the creature within screaming. Before the whine slowly begins to stop, and things sort of calm down again.
Oh God.
Does
Do
she
do I
see,
get
like-
any impression?
Is it in a mine?
You see a little bit around her, but it doesn't seem. If it's a mine, it's been modified a lot in this to be remotely livable. It isn't like a house, but it definitely does not seem like a normal mine. There are stone walls and there's a ceiling and there doesn't appear to be any windows, but there's so much stuff there that it's very possible that it might not be a mine.
Oh, so it could be a lair?
Or a basement.
Or
I'm just saying that
or
if
something
it is a
somebody's
mine, it has
prettied up.
been. Yeah, if it is a mine, it has been very pretty.
And she saw people in there?
Yeah, there were a few people just sort of around. They appeared to be sort of just like servants.
Can you-
Okay.
Now, did only Nick see this, or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is cast on self, so Nick's
Yeah.
kind of like gives a small gulp and it's just like, oh God. Yeah, it could be a mine. The walls are made out of stone, and we've really got to get her out of there.
It doesn't help much with the location, though.
I know I'm
Well, they will not talk unless threatened with death, so...
I mean, it had servants, and it looked like
Servants.
it looked like it was made up to be a livable area, but I think it's a mine. The walls were all stone, but she's in a tank a lot like the one that we saw, the huge lightning tank.
Would it be possible to, like, keep an eye on the house and try and, like, track a person to where they're holding her?
I was actually going to say, can you scry the servant to see what it's doing? Maybe follow it outside of the room. You have seen
mean-
it now, correct?
I mean, how well did I see that servant?
I assume the purpose of scry is, like, the rest of the scenery is kind of blurred and
Mm-hmm.
the focus of your scry is clear.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean it's impossible, or... Who knows? Maybe the servant is bitching
Well-
about their commute to work.
You didn't catch it there.
Catch what?
What?
There's no. You don't know anything about what the servants were doing.
Right. I just saw the cables and the screaming and this was what was happening now, right? Would they be able to see the sky to the east to see if any lightning type things happen? Well, actually it's probably over now, so even if it did affect the sky.
There's also a lot
Anybody
to
else
the
have
east.
any suggestions on how to track this location down?
Where are we right now?
My
We're
only
just
thought
back
was-
at my brother's house.
My only thought was chain scribe. You know, just keep finding more and more items in each one of them until we get a view that's outside.
No, I think I think really the only thing they can do is head out, use commune with nature, and search for fae and dragons. Really, that is.
Okay, you
And
take the
so was
100
it-
miles to the
okay.
left, we'll take the 100 miles to the right.
Was it flush stone, the cave, or was it like rocky, like uneven stone?
It was flushed. It had been warped.
Okay. So either it's in a building somewhere, or they're carving
Were
perfectly straight tunnels.
the walls like? Yeah, were the walls completely straight, or were they curved a little bit?
They were a little curved.
I mean, that doesn't mean much. I mean, buildings with large weights on them will curve.
Sean, is it possible for me
Well,
to
I mean-
like somehow like tap into this lightning power and like be able to track it? Or at
Not
least
that
like
you
get
know
a
of.
beacon in my mind of like where the source is?
Not that you know of.
Okay.
Hmm.
Ugh.
So were there any objects that you saw, Nyx, in the scry? Anything specific? Anything. It could be a necklace, a ring, a box.
Does
I
the
saw
cage
the-
count as an object?
I saw the tank.
Tank.
That's basically what
Actually,
I saw.
I should ask Sean first. Would being described an object that I've seen something similar to it, like the tank, would that be enough for locate object, or would I need to actually have like first hand? Oh, actually, that might be on the spell. Here, let me double check.
It's probably on the spell.
She
Yeah,
can minor
sure.
illusion the object too.
Yeah, that's true.
Now I could make a likeness of it.
Plus, you can hold the the glass vial to like kind of feel the material.
Describe or name an object that is familiar to you.
And it would not be familiar to you, really.
Yeah.
Because you saw that tank, but not the specific
Okay,
tank.
but I can also locate the nearest object of a particular kind. Oh, that might be different though.
But
See,
they
I was
said
thinking-
this glass was
yeah, that glass.
particular
That's
to
what I was
them.
thinking. Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
was
it-
thinking. But
That it
it
was
is-
really rare.
It is
see, the
theirs.
problem is though, the examples it gives are apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. So that seems way more broad than this glass. But
We're not going to get anything without some more information.
I don't know, Sean. Would I be able to use like that kind of glass as my sense object target, or locate object?
No. You would be
No.
able to locate any other bits. You'd be able to basically locate where that glass was, but not use it to locate the main tank.
Well, I know, but like I'm saying, like, could I like specify that glass and then it would locate the nearest of that glass for me?
Yep. You could.
Oh, but then it would just be that thing.
Yeah, it would just be that glass.
Yeah.
And they've been selling that to keep themselves afloat, so it's probably
Yeah,
all
that's
over
true.
the damn
They have been
city.
selling that glass. Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
so
while
locate
it's
object might be moot.
possible she could be in the city, but
It's just as
I
likely
don't
she's somewhere
know.
else.
I
Well,
think
if they're siphoning from it, it has to be at least nearby, right? Like it can't be.
Yeah,
What
neg-
if we do this
Near-
differently?
nearby, yes, but Nyx is just kind of like, but she's screaming, and
What if we make him
Mm.
show us?
How?
By telling him we'll get into bed with him on an exclusive deal. We want exclusive rights, he sells only to Shield Home, and we get to see what the actual mines are. The source.
Ooh.
pretty sure he
And
won't go
we'd
for
have to
that,
give him some
though.
hefty numbers. We'd
Especially
have to
not
give
if
him
he's
some-
already making promises to other people.
Yeah, but look, if we can make some hefty promises.
What?
This is the first time an Empress has knocked on his door about it.
This is. Well, we
Can't-
don't know that, but
can't-
assuming so.
Arcanos use his like read mind thing?
We're not still there. We're not
No,
like in-
but like when you make
Next
him the
time we
offer,
go.
being like, "Show us the location of the source," he'll be
Ooh.
thinking of the location. and
Yes, absolutely. That's how the spell works. The second you ask him where it is or how to show it, it'll be at the foremost of his mind, and I can take it.
then- just as a backup.
Eh, I don't think it would necessarily, like, I don't know if the exact location would necessarily be at the forefront of his mind, but that place would be. So I think if we pried enough, we could eventually get to the point where it is at the forefront of his mind, right?
Easily.
We can't go again right away, though, because that would be like, hey, we just left to discuss, but we're back.
No. This would be something
No,
we do
we'll
the next
return
day.
the next day. It's like, okay,
Yeah, the
we've
next
had
day.
some
Yeah, yeah.
discussions and we decided to enter this agreement with you.
But we wanted. So what was it again? We wanted exclusive to Shield Home.
And we want to see the whole facility, where they get it from,
Yeah.
how they farm it, everything.
We want to see the process, at least part of the process, right? Because if we can get a piece of it, maybe we can get from there. Because I feel like there's no way he's gonna show us the siphoning, right? Because then, like, suddenly it's
They
not
lost
exactly
everything.
a moral
Only-
thing to do. and
only
that
if he
ruins the deal.
Only if he makes us think. Only if we make him think that we're okay with it beforehand.
Yeah. How do we do that though?
I'm trying to think of any underhanded shit we've pulled that we could cite that wouldn't be a deception check.
I don't think we have pulled too much underhanded shit.
I'm proud of us for that, but it's not helping right now.
Yeah.
Damn it! Why weren't we more evil?
I'm honestly trying to think. It's like, no, anything underhanding we've done was for good. I mean, we did screw off
We
the
could
God King.
we could try to convince him that. Oh god, this is too evil for our text to say. Oh my god.
This is
But
the
This
players
is
talking.
Vlad saying it.
I know.
Players can say it, and one of us can think of it.
Okay, we could try to convince him that the whole ruined reputation thing, that was us, but we scapegoated some random fucking people for
oh
it.
my god.
I don't know. He didn't even say he'd heard about the others, though.
No, he did.
He mentioned he mentioned he didn't take too much credit to a bad reputation.
No, that was Cavey or whatever his name
No,
is.
no, he
They
mentioned
both
it too.
done it.
Oh,
Yeah, he
alright, I
mentioned it
missed
too.
that.
He was like,
I missed that. My bad.
Cavey
said
said
something
he doesn't.
like,
Cavey said he knows better than to trust it. This guy said he's heard of it, but he didn't know what to take of it.
I think his words were like, I trust that wasn't you or something. It's something along those lines. That was completely paraphrased.
Well, we could
But
still
yeah.
use that to our advantage. We could say, listen, we've been getting burned a lot on a lot of fronts. We're at war. We have a red dragon that we're still not certain has been dealt with. We have an army coming down from the same region, and we want
need
want
full
everything
trust.
you've got. We
That's
want
better
everything
than
you've got.
neither,
We
right?
want full trust.
Yeah, that's better than.
We don't need to say
And-
we're okay with it. We just need to prove that we're desperate.
Yeah,
That's
but that
true.
he still won't show us if we're desperate. He'll show us if he thinks we'll be okay with it, and we flash a shit ton of coin.
Could work too.
Now, I mean, if we want to say, the leftovers from the Broken Corolla Alliance are going to be knocking at our left door after a while, like that we had to deal with the Lilting Disharmony impersonators partially and cremated them alive, like whatever the fuck we want to say to make ourselves sound badass, so that he'll think, okay, they won't freak out on a moral level if I show them this is how it's made. Like,
But also,
Be-
I feel like even this is like, because like I think we know what he's doing, right? But like, I feel like even this, like, there could be an argument there that it's like, you do what you have to do in times of war and times of unrest.
You think that'd be
versus
enough?
Moral, I don't know. I mean, I
With
think
enough
it could
money.
be.
With enough money,
Yeah.
it could be.
With enough money, we don't really have much on us right now, though. But that's why I'm saying, like, if we can make him a big deal, but we need the exclusiveness of it.
You forget we have the medieval equivalent of the black-coded credit card in Empress. Her
Yeah, but
word is
if we're just-
literally law.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do? Come all the way back to Shield Home to collect? He's not gonna leave. I mean, he'll be dead.
No,
he
of
won't have
course
to,
not, of
but he's
course
not
not.
gonna leave.
But that could be part of it, though. Like, hey,
Like, we obviously
Cool.
didn't carry the cash with us because
Do
we're
we
out
have-
traveling.
Tarek, how well can you forge a contract?
Well, next level I can do that perfectly.
God damn it. Ah.
We don't need to forge a contract.
Yeah,
Well,
about
I
it.
feel like we don't need it, but I think that would add to it, right? Like it's
Oh no,
like,
we
hey,
can
we've
just
already
sign a
come
legitimate
prepared.
contract.
Yeah, we've
Um,
detailed all of this. We've come
We
prepared.
probably shouldn't sign any kind of
No, yeah,
contract.
I don't think we should sign a
Simply-
legit contract. No way.
No.
Yeah.
Especially not as Trix what do you call her
Patron.
patron? Yeah, her patron. Especially as Trix patron wants them dead.
Yeah, no way we sign a contract.
I
Yeah,
have a
look, you-
forgery kit.
So
You
do
do?
I.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm curious though, what like a forgery is for forging someone else's stuff.
Forging
if we're
a
forging,
duplicate.
yeah, but we can't forge quote unquote a document and then sign it and it not actually be legal because we wrote it. Like that doesn't make it not
Yeah,
legit.
that would
We're
make
still
it.
like
Yeah.
No,
forging it would mean we signed
a
his
legit document.
yeah, forging it would mean we sign his name for him to something he doesn't want to do. Like
No,
that's
okay,
forging.
but here's the thing, right? Like a contract that is signed, unless it's recognized by whatever court of law you're in, it doesn't mean shit, right?
Except for
So-
your honor because you signed it and are now backing out on it. Like it doesn't matter if like
Our reputation doesn't need any more hits. I'm sorry.
well, yeah, it doesn't matter if we go to like Urok and they're like, we don't care about your contract. There's
Yep.
like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, they're not gonna hold it up, but we are. At the end of the day, we are good for our word. And if I sign that as
Yeah, but
Empress,
what if
then
it's
we owe
not
them.
you signing it?
Why would anything less than the Empress signing it convince this guy? It was an Empress that got the
Yeah,
door
no,
open.
she's right.
Yeah,
No, but
I
Bree's
can
going-
be you.
You're robot.
Let's sign it, then
She lagged real quick.
Yeah,
so.
hello,
if
robot.
I'm not the one who signs it, all he's gonna wonder is why.
It will
Yeah,
be
but I
you,
can
but
be
not
you.
you.
I can be you.
Me willing you to sign for me.
Yeah,
so
but
that
then like yeah,
my
and then
signature is
She
not
means
the same thing.
she can look like you, sound like you, fake being you.
But not sign like you.
The signatures wouldn't
It's not
match
your
up and they wouldn't hold
signature.
up.
And what am I gonna do? Stand there as trickery? Like
No,
I'm
you'll
still
be
letting this
invisible or
happen.
something.
I'm still letting it happen.
And it's still not you signing it. Also, what do we care? If they are unwillingly holding somebody hostage, somebody with deity-like status, I'm pretty sure at that point we get free reign to just torch any contracts we had. Or we could just have loopholes, how normal people get out of contracts. Like, say, we only signed this deal assuming they can constantly supply this, meaning that it's an internal agreement that, should they ever fault on it, makes the contract null and void.
and then we fuck up their stuff, they fault on it. Contract's
Exactly.
null.
You know that's still illegal.
It's hella illegal.
We
All
have
right.
we
Were
have
you aware-
executed people. You're an empress. It's only illegal if you don't like it.
I'm lawful good. I don't like it.
I'm lawful neutral. I believe in the law, nothing
So-
else.
Wait, exactly are we still debating? Like we're trying to.
Like
figure
we're
out-
trying to figure out if there's a way other than like scrying and sneaking and tailing someone, like to get him to just show us the area was my idea.
Yeah.
Like
I like the
he
idea
was
a lot.
willing. He was willing to jump into bed with us on it because he heard an empress was at his door. So like an empress to me is someone he might show it to, but we have to convince him we wouldn't freak out morally beforehand to put him at ease. Otherwise, he's not going to show us anything.
So I think the idea of an exclusive deal with Shield Home, I think that is a good idea. And
Moonlight
I think
Empire.
that however I'm sorry. However, I think we can't just be like always permanent.
Okay. Now
If we
the
wanna-
thing is,
go ahead.
if they think we're up and up characters, there's no way they're going to show us show them torturing
Yeah,
a
that's what
being
I was saying.
to get this
yeah.
energy. There's no way. There
Which
is
is why I
no way
was-
they're going to show us.
Which is why I was saying just like another part of it, like give us a bit more information, something like.
I still think.
That leaves us to the go-to.
I mean, even
bluntly
though it may
obvious option.
take longer, just the animal speaking, scrying, and communing with nature is going to get us there. It may
Once-
take a little longer, but I don't think.
Little longer.
It could take
A desert
It could take a long time.
But we
know-
have people that have been out to the areas that are affected. We may
That's
be
true.
able to narrow down the location more.
For all we know, this is in his basement for him to have these big heavy ass tanks
Yeah.
here to show off.
Like, we still do not even know if they're even related to the dragon at all, which means we're just going down a different path.
What's that dowsing rod spell?
Find
Commune
water.
with nature.
Or like, no, it was like locate, but it's like a person.
Locate creature.
Yeah, locate creature.
Would that work for her?
Yeah, I think Tarek's right
yeah,
here.
it would.
Do we know the general area of the office? Wait, if we have locate creature, that might just be it. Do we have locate creature?
Because if someone
Yeah.
has that, even if we come back tomorrow,
Nyx
it's
has
not-
it. She's been using.
Then,
It's just she usually does the commune with nature to recognize that something's nearby and then do locate creature. That was my plan the entire time. Is
well, yeah, but now you've
basically
seen her,
have the radar,
so-
then something pings on the radar, and then she does locate creature to figure out what creature it is.
Okay, but now you've seen what we're looking for, so you can just locate creature.
Well, what's the range on locate creature?
Well, no, a locate creature is 1,000 feet.
Oh, wait. Hold on. There's a
Which is
sti-
bigger
there's
than
a-
commune with nature.
There's a stipulation. The spell can locate a specific creature known to you or the nearest creature of that specific type, as long as you've seen the creature up close within 30 feet at least once.
Does a scry count?
Scry.
counts, right?
Scry
Yeah.
counts.
As long as you've seen the creature up close within 30 feet. I think
Yeah.
that's the stipulation here. You've had to have been there.
To me, that reads like within 30 feet is like your vision was within 30 feet.
To
Yeah,
me, it
if-
reads that you have to have been in physical contact,
Yeah.
near physical
Damn.
contact.
Alright. Alright, that's fine.
Shit.
I mean, locate creature can still try and find a fey super being, but
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there are any other higher fey beings around
Okay,
here.
so
It-
do we?
it-
Go ahead.
Is there a reason we need to keep up like the subterfuge? Like, why can't we just go in guns blazing and be like, "Tell us where she is"?
Because if she's not here and we can't break him, then
they'll probably
either-
kill her to keep the secret.
Yeah, or he dies with the knowledge. Like that's the thing is we don't know.
The-
if
the thing
she's
is-
here.
If he suspects that we're after her, he could move her. We want to find
Yeah,
her
like the moment we
and
figure it
not
out, we have to
not
move.
let him know we're
Like,
looking
there's
for
no.
her.
Okay, so here's my thought. Sean, do we know exactly where the office was, like from the outside, or a general idea from the outside?
You might have a general idea.
Could it potentially be dimension door distance?
No.
That's what I asked earlier.
Damn. Because I was thinking, Tarek Trick could invis, hop the fence or whatever, get in there, and then dimension door into the room, get the drawer, dimension door out of the room, and then hop the
then
fence again,
then they
invisible.
could.
Well, that was my initial plan when we were already at the house, but I'm like, well, then they'd be aware.
Yeah, but
that-
see, this
Well, no,
way.
if you do it at
they're-
night, then there's no one around.
But the
Well,
problem
there's
is,
someone around,
what if his house has some type of magical protection?
Oh
that
yeah,
prevents
no, we
that
talked
kind of
about that.
stuff? Like,
I was literally the one that brought that up earlier.
yeah, like what if I
Okay.
can't even dimension door into the house because
Oh
of some
god,
type
you're
of
right.
protection?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
But Trick was fine.
We can still
Or
try
treat.
it.
Could try.
What-
But if it's not dimension door distance, then
Okay,
you guys
if
have to get closer
Zach
to
was
it.
here, he would say, yeah, and then you teleport in a wall and die, which is incorrect.
but I've been in the office. I
Yeah,
know
so
the
you know
layout.
it, but the problem is the distance, and apparently
No, the problem is we don't know if we can warp
outside.
in.
Yeah,
Distance is not an
Um,
issue, because you two can sneak in.
I will say if we have any likely spots where she could be at, commune with
We-
nature will tell us if she's there.
Within 1,000 feet.
Well,
Commune
that's
with
locate
nature's
creature. Commune with
shorter.
nature is within 300 feet, but it's broader conceptually. Like, and it's a
wait,
ritual,
wait.
so she doesn't have to waste a spell slot.
Don't you get to ask questions with commune with nature?
Nothing very
Well,
useful.
yeah, but she's basically looking for certain things.
So,
Like, if she's looking for creatures, she can look for creatures.
Could nature like recognize there's a huge source of power nearby?
Within 300 feet.
Yeah,
300
that's
feet,
part
yeah,
of
that's fair.
poignant. It's part of poignant creatures.
Mhm.
Like,
It just is poignant. I mean,
I mean, she
Poignant
pretty much
peoples,
embodies
creatures.
that at this point. I think we were worried about doing it if she wasn't physically here or something like that. I don't remember anymore.
Because for some reason we think they're in bed with the dragon, and then the dragon would be controlling her.
I think this is unrelated to the dragon.
No, I think it's just coincidence.
It could be, but
But if
Who
it's
knows?
not, then it's ultra fucked.
I mean,
Honest-
maybe he has dealings with them.
We could just do the easiest thing that we've done before 1,000 times. We use the idea of an exclusive deal, invite him out to someplace that we know, we knock him unconscious, bag him, drag him someplace, and get the information any way we can.
Wolverine interrogation montage, go.
when have we done
Basically.
this?
We have
Literally never.
At least twice in Crossway, once with a partially dead guy in a town up north. I know we did it one more time, but it was nope. Sorry, I wasn't there for that.
So
remember
so we've
those
done
two
this
things.
all of once since Nyx joined the party.
I don't
See, to
even
me-
remember these.
See, to me, like at
Well,
this
we
point,
normally
it's
get the
with,
guard. We don't
without
normally
a
get the
doubt,
guard.
right? This guy is torturing someone to
Yes.
take their power. We know that, and I
We could
agree
rightfully burn the place to the ground
that
and
at
not
this
feel bad.
point, I think we're kind of in the right to go in there and just fuck shit up,
Assume she's there.
assuming she's there. That's the problem. See, I was about to bring that up. Like, if we do go
The
in and
thing
fuck shit
is-
up, she's not there. We're still like lost.
You take her.
There's-
If you take Nyx to the house again, if you guys go to the house again and Nyx does commune with nature, she'd be able to sense whether she was there or not
Within 300 feet.
within 300 feet. I doubt the house is over.
300
Too much.
feet into the
I
ground
mean-
is pretty good. So,
Yeah,
But
we're
I-
assuming it's a basement based on what she saw in
Okay,
the scribe.
okay.
And, yeah.
If we want to do this subterfuge like, have Nyx do communication nature, change you to a cat, and wander about a bit.
Yeah, but when I was in the house, I didn't sense any Fey power.
Aside from the vial.
Okay, didn't you not when you touched the vial? So maybe you have to be like real close. I don't know.
No, she sensed it in the vial. She didn't sense
Yeah.
anything else.
But I was
them.
touching the vials. so
Exactly. So you probably have to
So-
be close.
I guess maybe the.
Wait.
I mean, that's not a terrible plan. We just have to get Nyx there. That's the initial.
Oh, hold on. We've been reading this. In outdoors, the spell gives you a range of knowledge of 3 miles. Within
Really?
caves and natural underground structures, it's limited to 300 feet.
Oh.
Oh,
You can sit on the door and do it.
yeah. Okay, never mind then.
I was wondering why this
Can
spell
you
was
still
fif-
turn into?
I was wondering why this spell was so fucking
God,
high,
Nyx
but
can
useless.
change into an eagle, cast that spell, and lead you guys right to wherever you want to go.
Let's do it.
I still want you to be a kitten at some point because it sounds adorable.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
so
it
it's
also
only
only lasts
limited
a
to the
minute.
fact if you are physically in a cave, then it's 300 feet. That's
Yes.
it. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
How do we miss that?
Wow. I completely missed that too. I just read
Hey,
the 300
I'm not
feet.
here to correct you people, so
I,
only when you do it wrong and it's not in my favor.
Gr-
yeah.
Granted, the dragon was in the cave, and it was
No.
around 300
It's
feet down,
if
so that
you're
one
in the
was-
cave. If you're in the
Yeah,
cave,
it's
it's
if you're in the
limited. If you're not, it's fine.
Huh.
Nyx, let's go for a fly. Let's
Oh,
fly
yeah,
around.
definitely.
Go fly a Nyx.
It only lasts a minute, so
Wait, are we informing Gallant that we're going to be doing this? Because he's been...
I mean we're here.
I thought it
Are,
was
are we
needed.
just scouting out a location right now, then coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't join you, so we'll be here to cover.
Besides, like, he's not part of this mission. He's gonna be part of the dragon mission, right?
Yeah, probably. Well, let's...
You can
We
just
could-
sweep the city with that spell, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay, so...
How fast is your
I'm
flying speed,
looking-
Nyx?
Oh... Let's say giant eagle. I'd have to look that one up, because she doesn't often change into that one.
Okay, look it up.
I thought vulture was faster.
Oh, that could be. And rather more fitting to the environment.
80 feet for the giant eagle.
So 160 since you're dashing.
The vulture is 60 feet.
Oh.
So like I could ride on your back while you fly around, and I could like make us invisible if we want to be all stealthy about it. Because I don't know if people would care about a giant eagle flying around. But
Sure. I mean, can the giant, I guess giant would be able to carry people, right?
It is a giant creature, yes.
well, that's how they do it in Critical Role. I don't know how it is in this campaign.
Well, it's a large beast. It might be able to carry one person.
Yeah.
You can essentially have one person of a size smaller than you ride.
Okay, so that should work.
Yep.
Giant eagles speak
All
common?
right. You know, we talked about this with something else Sean and I did. We gather that they understand it rather than actually speak.
Maybe. Could be like the eagles from Lord of the Rings.
That's what I think it is. Oh no, they understand the speech in common tongue. Never mind. It
Yeah,
is the
there you
speak.
go.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
would
it was.
So they could communicate back.
say they speak it, but then they kind of take that back. It's weird.
Hmm.
All right, so casting Commune with Nature, we're looking for Higher Fae and probably Blue Dragon, simply because if she does come across that as well, she
Alright.
she wants to know where those are.
So you're just sort of heading above the city and doing that?
Yep, heading above the city, and if she doesn't find anything in the city, she'll go east a little bit
You-
and see if she can find.
Say about
Anything.
a mile up, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Alright.
Wait, where does it say how long the spell lasts?
Duration.
But the duration just says instantaneous.
That's the casting time.
Oh, casting time, my bad. 1 minute.
Yeah, but so I'm confused about how long you'd have to keep casting the spell over and over again, like every 3 miles.
Pretty much. So you really only have the option of basically the city. Unless you...
How many 5th level spells can you do?
Ritual.
Okay, well, how about
It's a ritual.
this? I fly us, and then you cast every 3 miles.
What's your fly speed?
60 feet.
Hers is faster.
It may be faster, but
Well, yeah, but
she'd have to be like, I guess we could do a combination of your beast transformations. Because can you do a ritual while you're in beast form, or would you have to
No.
go?
yeah.
It also takes 10 minutes to do a ritual.
And you can only go into beast form twice.
Yep.
So
Well,
we can do
Commune with
a
Nature-
combination. I can fly us, and you can like instant cast using like 5th level spells.
Why don't
Or-
it's 1 minute cast without the ritual.
Yeah, it's 1 minute without the ritual, but she only has one more 5th level spell slot
Well,
left.
why
because she
don't we
cried
s-
earlier?
Why don't we start communing right now? See if there's anything within 3 miles of us, and if not, then we can start moving around. However we need to.
Okay, we can do that.
Yep.
All right, so anything within 3 miles of us, powerful fae or guess it would be prevalent animals, but she's specifically looking for dragons.
The location of powerful nearby fae.
Yeah, powerful nearby fae. First off.
Nope. Doesn't appear to be anything.
Okay.
Okay, so nothing within 3 miles.
Okay, let's fly outside the city for a bit, and then do another 3 miles, I guess.
All right, and we're heading east because that's where all the trouble seems to be heading.
Alright. you start heading east, you do see that there is a storm approaching.
Fly straight into it.
Is there is there any way to tell if it's completely natural or it could be?
There is no way to tell.
Wait, doesn't prestidigitation do that? Or not prestidigitation, what's the druid version?
There's control
What?
weather.
Well, there's one thing that can predict weather, but she doesn't have that one at the moment. I mean, there's Druidcraft, but that does not do anything like that.
So we flying towards the store?
Are you?
How close is the storm to the city?
It's getting closer. It'll be there in a couple of minutes.
Oh
We can
god, a
beat
couple
it.
minutes? Well, let's go outside the city about. Can we go out about a half mile and then? But then we'd be right in the middle of the storm. I out of distance so we can get a good area, but shoot.
What's so bad about flying towards the storm?
What's good about flying into a storm?
We'll
Because
just get
of
a
the
little
lightning.
wet.
The lightning is the bad thing.
Lightning is a very, very bad thing, especially when you're flying.
Exactly.
Because if you lose concentration, you both die.
And plus, if we land and the storm is going up overhead, taking off would be very problematic. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the storm's too close for us to do this right now. I mean, it's like a really, is it a really large storm or?
Yeah, it's a pretty big storm.
Is there anything kind of going on underneath it that's interesting? That we could
There's
see?
no rain.
No rain at all, just clouds and
Clouds,
lightning.
thunder, and lightning.
Lightning
Okay.
without water is weird.
It is kind of odd. Well, it would be good news if we had enemies in front of us right now. I can direct the lightning, but I think I mean, are we just hovering over the city right now?
I mean, you're nearby the city.
Okay, I'm trying to decide whether or not to just cast it at the 5th level spell slot just to have the instant cast, since he said it's going to be on us in a couple minutes, and then just have us fly back.
Well, we'd have to get a bit out of the city and in order not to overlap the area we've already covered.
It only lasts a minute. It'll be over by the time it gets to you.
What?
He said the storm would be on us in a couple minutes.
And
Yeah, but
communication only
we're
lasts a
we're not
minute.
yet outside the city. Like we'd have to like fly. You could be doing the casting time, and then once we reach like the minute, then we do the 3 mile area further out,
Okay.
and then because that would only be a minute, and then it's like okay, then we got like another minute to come back.
So we just fly out as far as we can, cast the spell, and then fly back.
Yeah.
Okay, we can chance it.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? We could get hit by lightning and then be stranded out in the desert without the rest of our party.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not
That-
taken to a terminal velocity. Trust me, I'm very,
Who says I'm flying that high? I could be like skimming low to the ground.
Okay, let's fly lower than a mile above the ground at this point because a mile would definitely probably kill us.
Well, we'd want to be close to the ground because then if she's underground, would your 3 miles go underground? Like,
Yes, it would.
yeah, so we'd want to be like
Probably.
3 mile, be able to sense as far deep underground.
Okay, so let's do this.
Yep. You sense and you scan and you sense nothing.
Really? Is the glass like blocking her power?
There would still be tanks. Wait,
Well, but I'm not sensing her power. I'm sensing her.
I have a horrible thought.
Hmm.
Blocking against divination stops a lot of spells. But no, you scryed in, so they don't have that. Never mind.
Oh my god, they outsourced. Haha, yeah.
Anyway,
I think we need to go back to the drawer plan.
can we see anything unusual with probably what little we got away from the city?
Can you get a visual what?
Well, see anything unusual? Like, I mean, aside from the storm, that's only lightning and thunder.
Not really. It's very desert area around you.
Can we tell the source of the thunder and lightning? Like what direct? Like what?
It's
General
coming
area.
from the east, and it seems like it's a pretty large storm.
Yeah, I think this is too large of a storm. I think we have to head back.
Okay.
You return once more.
Sorry, guys, but there's this huge storm, and I didn't really feel comfortable flying into it with all the lightning.
What if we like get some horses or something and just ride out into the storm?
Be riders of the storm.
Damn it, you beat me to it.
It's like this storm is either from the dragon or the fae, and I feel like it's our best shot to track one of them down.
Can I get some rest first?
No rest for the wicked.
Sleep on the way.
Aww.
But our money does grow on trees.
Well, Ledger did want to see Nyx as a cat. She could always take a cat nap again.
Alright, since we obviously can't sense this, I think we have to go back to the obvious. Let's get this guy and beat the information out of him.
Well, but we didn't even go far enough out to get a proper read.
I really dislike that plan because
Proper read into a desert.
I dislike
Well,
that plan
yes,
because
but there are animals that we can question and things we can do.
What are you saying, Vlad?
And...
I dislike the whole beat the information out of him plan because he's definitely not the one. Like, he's probably the head, quote unquote, of the operation, but he's definitely not the one making things. He's not one of the workers, I bet.
But he has
So
this
even if we-
drawer.
Yeah, the drawer is. I think we could get some information out of the house for sure. The only worry is how do we get in there without being noticed. Invisibility is an idea, but the doors are assumably locked and closed. Picklocking is fine, but they have to have a night watch of some sort. Magical defenses are something that have to be looked out for. There's just a lot of it.
if one wants to be seen, it's not about them, it's about being seen, right? So if one wants to be someplace unseen, they just have to make sure everyone's looking somewhere else.
Are
Could
you
make a
suggesting we
distraction.
do the vault heist thing again?
That
I
worked
was
out
suggesting just lighting a bush
spectacularly.
on fire in one of the corners.
No, yeah, we could try and make distractions. That's definitely.
Well, but I thought her spell said that the Fae wasn't there.
No, this is for the drawer.
No, but yeah, I'm looking for information at this point. Not.
We have one lead and it's a secret, so... I
We
mean,
got two people that are pretty good at getting secrets.
I say we make the attempt for the drawer at night. If we
For sure.
fail,
Oh yeah, for sure.
yes,
if
obviously.
if we fail, we then just try and track anybody that leaves to see if they try to move her, where they move her to. Like,
But we don't know where they would be or who they are.
we just watch the house.
I think yeah, watching the house isn't a bad idea either. It might make for a night where we don't sleep, but
Isn't it a
I mean, I think
compound?
watching the house might yield better results than the drawer. Honestly, I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
he has
I
to
can.
have some sort of documentation.
I mean, he obviously has
right?
something important in there, but
Somebody has
I'm
to be
not
paid.
seeing. I'm
If any-
not seeing how that would help us.
If anything, if there isn't information on exactly where she is, we might see who else is trying to buy from him. And that's different information altogether, but I think that could be interesting.
And even if the secret's not, even if it's not that important, if it's his and he's willing to guard it that well, might be able to just blackmail him with it.
That's true.
Let's go get the drawer.
We did get the names of who else he was dealing with. That's the information I found.
Oh wait, who was he dealing with? Sorry, I must have missed that then.
It was
was he
just
dealing with?
names.
Just names?
I just
Okay.
listed names. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay. I mean, I don't know if getting the drawer is that important. I think it'd be nice, because it would at least eliminate something that's
I mean-
a question mark. I think tracking someone that's leaving is a good idea, but I think both of those could occur in the same night, right? Because we don't all need to go infiltrating in for information.
Okay, but how do we
So-
discern
How do you
somebody
go?
going to the stash as opposed to going to the store to get a sandwich?
But we have to follow them.
And this is also a large building, which means there's lots of people. Who do we pick?
That's true.
Like,
But how many people are going in and out at night, right?
Well,
Who says
as
they
you're
never go out at
discussing
night?
this stuff, Ledger, you begin to hear a very soft voice in the back of your mind.
Who is that?
You can hear the Prince of the Sun as he goes, "Do you feel that?"
All right, now that I'm paying better attention, do I feel what he's referencing?
No.
Okay, I think back at him. No. What do you feel?
Something's wrong. The connections filter. And you just see him start. The voice just starts to cut out slowly, surely, and then soon you just don't hear anything.
I'm sorry. What?
how
What's
soon
going
was
on?
that storm going to be upon us?
You. Sorry, let me count. You, Nyx, and and Tarek, and technically Artax too. You begin to notice something. Your weapons feel less powerful. Specifically, the ones that Krieg made. It seems like there is something that is now missing from.
Missing?
Did Krieg really go across plains now?
No, I think it was something we drank.
Like
I
it
didn't drink it.
I didn't drink.
I didn't drink it. Yeah.
I didn't drink it.
Nyx did.
Yeah, we don't have a creek.
This either
Okay.
has something to do with them sucking magic out or the storm killing magic.
Is the storm like outside at the moment? Like right next
Yeah,
to us?
it's probably like good.
I attempt to
Right.
do a little cantrip. Does anything happen?
Seems fine.
Okay.
I check my shield. Do the Are there still the 2 blue glowing runes on it?
No.
I check my dagger. Can I still access the compartment where the poison is?
Nope.
And Nix is like, I can't see my tooth. So
Well,
could somebody?
Your tooth is fine, and you feel like you still have a grasp on the rune form, but you notice that several pieces of it are missing from your mind. Like, if you were to try to do it, you wouldn't be able to use spells to improve yourself, or use rune tap, or use the breath weapon.
Jesus.
So it's just become wolf.
What's going on?
Well, but it's a more powerful wolf than she had before.
It's
Do we-
Winter Wolf, or-
Do
I
we
don't
think
know,
it's the
whatever.
storm?
I mean-
Is that like, did that just happen because the storm is getting worse?
If
So
it
the
is,
wolf-
that's
magic became a
magical
cell
ass
phone
storm.
signal? Great, Krieg put us on fucking T-Mobile.
Why? Why not Verizon? No, but I mean, it could be. That's a magical ass storm. It is.
In any case, that is where we will leave for the thing. Because it is 5 o'clock.
Ah,
I like this. I like having to struggle with finding things.
It's like,
Yeah, but you hit a wall eventually, and then you're like, I don't know what to do.
I don't think we're at a wall yet. We're walling ourselves at the moment.
Anyway,
I
I
don't know.
gotta head out, so
Uh,
I will talk to you guys later.
so
Yeah.
did we all? So did all the Krieg weapons just lose their superness?
I
I
don't
hope
think
not.
it's. I don't think it's permanent.